basically, and since we've got some time, I'll just lay out, when we do computer modeling, numerical modeling, what we're doing is we're taking equations of motion that are just based on Isaac Newton's, laws of forces and basically and some mass balance. And those are unsolvable in a general sense because the real world is too complicated. So we break the world into little pieces where we can make approximations over the little pieces and add them up. So that's what a numerical model is, and that's kind of why it takes a lot of computational resources to run, because a lot of times in order to get the solution, if the flow field is complex, you have to break it into very small pieces to solve it properly. It ends up being a huge equation that you're trying to solve, and so even for a computer, that takes some time. And also, in any of these models, including ADH, you march through time step by step. So you also break time into small chunks, and the size of those chunks are sort of dependent on the scale, the rate at which things are changing and the problem you're solving. But they also sometimes are dependent on the scheme that you're using to solve the problem, the numerical scheme. So there's a lot of variations. This model is just another one. It's a multidimensional model, so Delft 3D, Mike models, the EFDC, all those are models that are doing essentially the same type of work. This one's and they all have unique, and HEC-RAS also. They all have unique capabilities. This one is what's called a finite element model, which is it's kind of a more complex way of solving the individual equations, and has some drawbacks in terms of computational burden. But one of the benefits is you can build flexible meshes with it, so you can have really high resolution. Like this is an example. We have 3 dikes there on the bottom, extremely high resolution, so it just turns black. They're really small triangles that you're seeing on there in the vicinity of the dikes, and then you can swell it out to coarse resolution elsewhere. So it enables you to, with a single model, have a large domain and still have a lot of detail resolved fairly simply. So, so that's some basics. This is kind of a very broad overview slide. I kind of cannibalized a generic presentation that we have and stripped out a lot of stuff that is of no relevance to all of you. But the reason it's called adaptive hydraulics is it does have a feature that actually will allow you to do dynamic adaptation, adding resolution and taking it away to solve particular problems. I don't anticipate necessarily using that capability in this project. We do a lot of projects where we don't use it, but it does exist if we need it, and that helps when you need resolution in areas that where as the dynamics of the problem are changing, sometimes the need for the resolution changes, and that allows you to do that. So anyway, one thing for those who do numerical modeling, this is an implicit solve, which means that it takes a long time to solve an individual equation, but there's no Courant limitation on the time step size. What that means is, real quickly, an explicit solve. An explicit solve is where you say the information at this time step I can compute just using information from the previous time step. An implicit says, no, I'm going to solve the equation simultaneously. I'm going to do a simultaneous solution so everything is more current. When you have an implicit solve, when you have an explicit solve and you're using old information, then you have to make sure that the information, the speed of what's happening in the thing doesn't travel through a cell within a time step where you miss it. So it ends up constraining the time step. So the problem with that would be is if I had these really small elements and I had an explicit solve, then my time steps would have to be really, really small. So we're not doing that. We're using an implicit solver, which means that the only thing that's really constraining the time step size is the physics, is the sort of the rate at which things are changing in your problem. So just some basic things. Okay, and the only reason I'm ranting on about this, but like I said, I've given myself plenty of time, so don't worry, there's not many slides here. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so, and these are just a couple of things. It's basically showing the model is sort of designed to be general to cover a lot of types of problems. But of these things, the things that are of most relevance to the Salton Sea are the baroclinic basically, so we can have, which means that the density gradients themselves drive currents within the system. You see this a lot in stratified flows. I think some of these, if we did this in the 3D, but you'll have a lot of times when fresh water hits the ocean under certain circumstances, it just stratifies and floats. You can have salt wedges going upstream, and you have like when you see the Mississippi River out in the Gulf of Mexico, part of the reason that's so stark is because the river is actually floating on the Gulf for a long ways out. It's not mixed. It takes a long time to mix. So the density difference drives those things. But you also can have lateral differences. The density difference drives lateral currents as well. Another thing that's important is that there's wetting and drying, which basically means at the interface of the shoreline, you need to be able, if the shore, and this was asked the other day, as the lake recedes, that changes the domain, but you can resolve out into the dry in the model, and it will resolve that interface. There's one specific thing about ADH, which has been in the code forever, but this is probably one of the times when it actually is of significance, which is that we spend a lot of time on that wetting and drying algorithm conserving all the mass. So we don't, sometimes in algorithms, what'll happen is as it's wetting and drying, as it gets partly dry, they just chop that off and say it's dry and throw away that water and salt. And usually that's not a big deal, but that does mean it's not strictly mass conservative at the interface. But the way ADH does it, as you have an element that's drying, it has a moving boundary within the element that is resolving only the part that's wet. So it will resolve it all the way until it's completely dry. So it will retain the mass. It will conserve the mass of water and salt or whatever you're computing, even at the wet-dry interface. So I think that specific thing will be of use here when we're looking at various scenarios. Next slide. So now when we do salinity modeling, this is an example. This was in more of an estuary, but this was an example in Corpus Christi Bay of salinity modeling. And this is we can run the model in a depth average mode that we talked about. You can also run it in a three-dimensional mode, which is, as we talked about, more computationally expensive. But if you determine that there is a specific problem that requires an understanding of how that three-dimensionality is affecting things, then it can be run in that mode. And I think even though we tend to use the 2D mode, we haven't ruled that out for specific applications. It's going to be really dependent on the types of questions we want to answer and the amount of information we need in order to answer the question and provide the information necessary to develop plans. I think we always have sort of an approach of you use the simplest model you can, but not simpler, to answer these questions, and trying to be able to build out the information that's necessary. But one of the things I wanted to point out here, we have the wetting and drying, but one of the thing that something like ADH is going to provide that is a different and more that will provide information uniquely that the other simpler modeling systems don't is, well, there's two things. One is the variation in water level the currents and the variation in water level associated with wind stresses and sloshing of the sea, so that we can understand how it varies across the sea in the spatial gradient, but also in terms of the salinity gradient. We have the mass balance models that we have will do. There's really I don't think there's essentially a difference between using a sophisticated model like this or a mass balance model and looking at the average salinity of the system over time. That's not, you don't really gain anything by having all this resolution for that. What you gain is to look at how the spatial gradients, if you're introducing fresh water at the south end of the lake, how does it circulate around the lake? How does that change if you change the geometry of the lake or you do something, and how does that change the local salinity? And those types of things can be very important for looking at not only salinity effects, but habitat effects. I was mentioning to Lee yesterday, I was talking about a project that we did in Biscayne Bay in Florida, where they were looking at trying to restore estuarine shoreline. And the problem was during the dry season, there's not enough fresh water, and so you can't have you'll have seasonally or more ocean salinity conditions, and that's not what they wanted. And what we determined was that it had a lot to do with for the same amount of fresh water, you could accomplish a lot more restoration on parts of the shoreline that had less circulation, where there was basically, because of the geometry, there was less circulation, because that increased residence time. Even though it was an open bay, it made a big difference. So you could optimize where you put your freshwater resources just based on circulation. And those types of things are things you can only discern when you are allowing the physics to determine the circulation, try to understand that in the model. So that's the reason for having some kind of model like this. Next slide, please. Hopefully these should play. Go. They were designed to just go, and it's going to be disappointing if they don't go. But this is some examples of, you might be able to click on them, I don't know. Yeah, I set it up to go, and 9 times out of 10 it works, and then the 10th it just doesn't. So, but yeah, just do that, I guess. There we go. All right, so and it's kind of jumpy a little bit too, but the other one will go. But basically, what I'm kind of showing, this is actually Barataria Bay in coastal Louisiana. And in this case, the blue is fresh water and the red is salt water, and there's an exchange there at the bottom end of the plot where it's exchanging with the bay. But what we were doing here is looking at changes in freshwater inflow and how it affected the change in salinity, and that was in this case important for oyster habitat and dolphin habitat and various other things that we're trying to, and we have targets for that. And so you can, and a lot of what you do with models, one of the best things a model does for you is to be able to isolate a change and see what that effect is on in the model, because that's hard to do with field data. It's hard to discriminate the field data and say what specific thing changed made this change. And so you can do that with the model. And what I'll show in the next, can you do the next slide? This slide is just the difference between those two. So what'll happen is, you see right here, that's just showing that and it's kind of interesting with salinity, because if someone were to look up in the basin, they would say, look, there's no difference with changing this flow of inflow, but that's because you can't get fresher than fresh. So 0 is 0. It doesn't really tell you anything. What you have to do is look spatially and find that actually down here at the south end, there were differences. And that turns out that's one of the places where the dolphins like to be right now. And so they would either be pushed out of there or they would get sick, because they get sick if it gets too fresh. So, so anyway, that's the types of questions you can answer. It's an interesting, the thing is, that's the good thing that models do. The bad thing about that, of course, a lot of times there is no, it creates a false impression, because perturbing one thing and seeing a difference doesn't often happen in the real world. There's usually there's some response to that. So that's where you have to, you can't do these static, you have to do multiple simulations like we talked about the other day, where you have to find a way to carry forward the uncertainty into the thing that you're looking at. So, so I think next slide, I'm not sure what else I have here. Yeah, so this is sort of a summary of the basic types of things. And again, so what this is most useful for is looking at, looking at spatial gradients and of water surface elevation and temporal gradients with that regard too, in terms of water surface elevation, currents, circulation, because there's a lot of the circulation in the Salton Sea, and this is typical, is really driven by the wind. The wind tends to, it doesn't just push up and down uniformly. You tend to get a current and a recirculation, and that's how the salt circulates around, or the freshwater is going to circulate around, and everything else really is going to circulate around in the lake. There are, and we were talking about this yesterday, there are three-dimensional aspects that may or may not need to be considered for this study, but there's stratification that occurs in the lake, and when the wind is up, that can turn over the lake and it'll mix and then re-stratify. But there are also just a lot of the horizontal gradients are important as well. So this is just a tool that enables us to do those types of things. Looking at and again looking at sloshing of the lake as well, and we can look at, of course, there's some other aspects to the model depending on if we want to use them. We do have a vegetation model that we used when we were doing. We've used it several times, but we used it originally to do diversion delta modeling in coastal Louisiana, where the model will grow. So if you tell it the conditions where vegetation is supposed to grow, it will grow the vegetation for you, and you can based on whatever criteria you hand it, and that can be useful in terms of scenario analysis to see if you want to see where that's going to go, or if you want to see how it's likely to build out. It may or may not be useful in this project, but that capability exists, and it's not hard to turn on. So there are other things that can be done with this, but those are some of the basic capabilities. So that was pretty much all I had for the basic presentation. So we can just talk about what it is and what types of things it might be useful for now. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Go ahead, Chris. I will.
Gary, does ADH have versions that add on reactive chemistry? Like, obviously, you have salinity as a conservative constituent, but have there been applications where people have piggybacked nutrients?
We haven't done as much as a lot of. There's some capability to do that, but we don't have like a robust chemistry model that's underneath it right now. There has been some application of that, but it's not a standard module that's functional right now in the code. There is also I meant to say also one of the things that we can do in this code, or any code really, you can do this, but we talked about was various levels of treating the salinity, and even though normally we think of it as conservative, we have to look at precipitation of salinity here. The simplest way to do that is to identify the saturation of the particular minerals and just tell the model you can't be higher than that, but then you're not tracking it. If you do need to track it, and we can do this, then we would treat it basically treat it as a sediment deposition, so we can find it again and redissolve it. But that type of capability we tend to utilize to whatever level of sophistication is necessary for this model.
Thank you, Gary, for the presentation. So my question is about interactions with the subsurface. Could it be coupled to a subsurface flow model, or do you just have a sync term? How do you treat basically the boundary of the lake, the bottom of the lake?
Right. We intend to use probably link either to available data or to the model that we're going to talk about later today, which is Geisha, which is a groundwater surface water model. To use that as an input. Right now, we're assuming just one-way coupling for that, unless we determine that there's some reason we need temporary, I think temporarily you could have reverse flow under wind setup conditions, but we're looking more in terms of a sink, and that'll come from modeling. But I know you guys have been doing a tremendous amount of work on that, so we kind of want to tap in to see what's available. Because I guess the question and maybe is a lot of it has to do with what's the substrate and how is that affecting actually how it. I wasn't sure about that, but the presentation I saw yesterday looked like it was fairly complex. On the north, there was a lot of sand and clay layering there, so I just didn't know it depends on what the substrate is here, but.
Subsurface characterization is the key, so it would be good. I don't know. Unfortunately, yesterday I couldn't listen to the presentation, but include some geophysical investigations or to build. Maybe they are already here today about the groundwater models, but yeah, that's the challenge. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got a couple more questions here, Ed.
Hi, Charlie Land with CDFW. This might be a silly question, but I didn't hear any consideration of temperature in this. Is this a variable that's built into this model?
Yes, and I apologize for not mentioning that. We don't model temperature as frequently, but we tend to model temperature here as well. So we need to look at, and that's going to have a lot to do with the surface, and that has more, it's non-conservative because of the surface and bed fluxes. And so that will be involved. Now, a lot of times in the shallower parts, that ends up being so closely connected with the atmosphere, especially in the wind, that it's you can get answers that look great because so this will be important to test data because it's so closely connected to the atmosphere in very shallow water that you're like, wow, this is great. But that's because the flux with the atmosphere is so closely connected that you're basically prescribing the answer by the boundary condition. So it'll be important to have data, I think, in deeper water to know that we're actually doing this in a proper way. But yes, that's correct.
This is Dan Orr with Audubon. Presumably this, as I understand, this is kind of like a 3D mesh model that's modeling the movement of water, the hydrology, and you're putting salinity into that. Is that right?
It's well, and right now we've got two modes we can run, and we'll probably run primarily in the depth average mode, where there's a vertically homogeneous assumed, even though that we know that's not always accurate. But we can run it and may run it some in 3D mode to answer specific questions. But the way it works is you're solving the equations of motion, mass, and momentum of the water, but then you also are basically just solving what's called a convection diffusion equation, which is really just mass balance of the salt and looking at where salt is fluxing through advection, through motion of the water, and also dispersion through shear. The turbulent shear causes transport, and all those are just kind of integrated into the math of the model.
So the salinity measurements that go into this model, they're based on the monitoring stations that are throughout the sea.
Yeah, well, normally what you do is the salt. Normally, we treat salt as a conservative substance, meaning it's non-reactive. Now we're going to have a term here that's a little different because of at the time scale we have a certain amount of salt deposition, so it's not conservative in the sense that you lose some of it. But we will use that information primarily to what I would call validate the model. The thing is, when you have a salinity model, there's really not a lot of calibration, and the reason is because calibration is usually, in a physics-based model, calibration is usually it's a little different than like a regression model. Because you're modeling the physics, the things that you really calibrate are things that for which you have a significant some uncertainty. So bed roughness or something like that, you might calibrate. But with salinity, the amount of water, the circulation is prescribed, you validate the hydrodynamics, so all that roughness is prescribed. The internal mixing is really a function of, is pretty well described in terms of, because it's just related to the currents. So there's really not a lot of knobs to tune. So what you do typically is you compare it to the observed data. And then you say if there's a difference, instead of thinking of it in terms of calibration, you think of it in terms of forensics. What am I missing in my model? What physical process am I missing that I'm not getting this right? Because if I have the processes right and I have the model properly resolved, it should match pretty closely. So it's a little bit different way of thinking. It's very different than what would be a regression model, because in a regression model, you're kind of doing the opposite. You're basically saying, I think I know which parameters are of relevance to this, and I'm getting a correlation. But we're doing a model now where we want to be able to make predictions that are different than the observation, and so we can't do that. We have to do something that just relies on the physics. And we'll use the observations we have, which is why I was asking about what available data are available to see how well we're doing. And then if it misses, usually I'm like when I do estuaries, like, well, I'm missing an inflow. Something's wrong with the currents. Something I've got wrong, that I'm not getting this answer right.
Yeah, we used a model in San Francisco Bay to look at salinity distribution and temperature also, and there was a lot of concern about how well those predictions were at the margins of the bay, like next to the coast.
Yeah.
Really in the shallows. And so I'm kind of wondering too, what are the I guess margins of error, uncertainty in this system as we get closer to the shoreline, where we're kind of focusing on a lot of the habitat work.
Yeah, and that's what, and because San Francisco has a huge tide range, and you have the huge mud flats. So it is interesting because you have the same numerical problem there that we would face here, and it's one of the reasons, other than being physically correct, it's one of the reasons why we need to look at precipitating the salt. Because when you have a flat, like for example, the mud flats in San Francisco are this huge flat thing, and they inundate. And in the real world, if you go out there and look, you will see there are these pools left behind. And the model will do the same thing. The problem is normally these models are conservative. And so if you evaporate the pool, you end up with an infinite salinity, and it causes a numerical instability. And what's really happening is that salt is either going into the ground, or it's precipitating because it reaches saturation. And so that's going to be one of the advantages of ADH is it does conserve that mass, but the disadvantage is if you don't properly address what happens at the limit when it's evaporating, then you just end up with these infinite concentrations. So I think that's going to be a really important aspect to this because of the way because the shoreline is so flat, and because it's important in terms of recession and also the sloshing of the wind, about how that works. But I think that this tool is a good one to try to address that challenge with, because of the way we do the wetting and drying is stable, and it hangs up. We hang on to the water until it's completely dry. So anyway, yes, that's an issue, and I believe I did modeling in San Francisco Bay myself like 20 years ago, and so I remember looking at that, and I actually fell into the mud flats there. Trying to walk around in snowshoes, which was not a good idea. So,
Thanks.
Sure.
Any other questions? Maybe. Mike?
So the salt chemistry, of course, is very different at the Salton Sea than just ocean water.
That's
And I
right.
think you had a slide in there saying, assuming precipitation at a 260, 270, but we're seeing a lot of gypsum precipitating at much now, and has been precipitating for 20, 30 years. I think some of the earlier estimates were the salts entering the Salton Sea were precipitating out. I think that's been refined to a sixth or something that Sudroy was looking at.
Yeah.
So, but somewhere in there, not just on the shoreline, but within the sea itself, there's a lot of precipitation. But one of the questions I haven't seen addressed, I'm curious about, is how much of those salts are going to re-dissolve as fresh water flows exposed over the playa. So there's some of that as the state's building these projects, mixing up and oxidizing some of those sediments. There's also potential for redissolution of some of those salts. So I'm excited to see how this model is going to treat that, I guess, in a less conservative manner, that there's a lot of flux in the salts. And then I think the other challenge is going to be that not only is the shoreline of the Salton Sea very dynamic and receding, and going to recede even ever more rapidly, but as the state's building projects, there's a lot more, I don't know if you'd call it roughness or additional features on the landscape that are going to affect not just circulation patterns, but where the water ends up. And then there's additional evaporation in those, so some additional conservation. So it seems like you're going to be solving, and it seems like this model does that, but multiple water bodies simultaneously, because there's 5 or 7 habitat cells in the species conservation habitat. Once this gets expanded, additional projects out there along the shoreline that all will need to be solved, and then some of those will drain back into the remnant lake. So
Yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah, and it is, and we kind of built into this we can do some. I'm one of the maintainers of the model. We can add things and develop things to the model to address some of these issues that we normally don't have to be as concerned with, but it depends on, and the level of detail that's going to be necessary to answer the questions we have. I think all of those things are things that can be addressed, but it's always a question of how well can we address them? How much information do we have? Do we have enough information to even develop the algorithms necessary to do it? And then finally, this is why we have to think about it in terms of the planning. What level of, and that has to do with modeling, the simplest model, not simpler, what level of understanding do we need to have in order to ultimately answer questions like which, if we were trying to answer a question, which question is preferable to another? That's usually an easier question than the harder question, which we also have to answer, which is how do we calculate a habitat unit? Because that forces you to do things with a model that are sort of the second order thing for a model. The first order thing is just differences. The second order thing is quantification. What is the environment? Because then you're not looking at differences. You're saying I need the numbers that are coming out of the model need to matter. So it's going to be, trying to make sure developing the modeling plan here is something we want to think about a lot in terms of developing it, because all of this is true, but we add to that the fact that we have to build out the uncertainty of future conditions. And those are climatic conditions, land use conditions. And one of the things we haven't even talked about is if the differences in the wind fields. I don't even know if that's something that's been looked at, but how that might affect circulation. And we have to build that out as an uncertainty so that if we select plans, those plans are robust to the uncertainty. That a plan selected is something that we think will be effective, irrespective of the future condition, as much as possible. So, yes.
Another challenge at you is the certainty or accuracy of some of the data.
Yeah.
So if you're looking right, I think we saw some slides yesterday showing the data sampling, but if you look not just reclamation's data monitor or salinity monitoring, but IID's on salinity monitoring, and some of the researchers from UC Riverside and others have been out there monitoring salinity, and everybody gets different numbers. Part of that is where they're actually sending the samples to what labs. A lot of those labs are designed to analyze for essentially ocean water salinity, or using ocean chemistry, but it's very different, again, different chemistry at the Salton Sea. So trying to calibrate the salinity when you're trying to track or do your forensics is going to be another challenge. And then maybe this is a broader question. A lot of focus, well, it depends on what the preferred alternative is going to be, but if the preferred alternative is looking at projects around the shoreline versus the remnant brine pool, then it seems like there could be a lot of effort into what are the hydrodynamics of the remnant brine pool, when the more interesting question might be how much water is going to be available for the projects around the shoreline.
Right.
So it may be this is maybe just my alternative, but looking for a different set of answers rather than doing a lot of analysis on what's left of the Salton Sea, which some of the alternatives may simply say that's just the brine sink.
Yeah.
And we care less about what happens there than building projects along, phasing projects along the receding shoreline.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. That makes a lot of sense. And that's a heads up, I guess, we need to think about in terms of what do we mean by salinity and how is it characterized? Because it's it is multi-species everywhere, but it usually doesn't matter as much. But for this, it matters a lot. And one of the things also is, one of the questions we always get a lot as modelers is how do you know when your calibration is good enough? And one of the answers is that, well, if you can establish the uncertainty of the observations and you're calibrating within the bands of that uncertainty, then that doesn't necessarily mean you're calibrated well enough to answer your question. It means you're calibrated well enough. You're calibrated as well as it's possible to be calibrated, because you can't know it any more certainly than that. The problem is if your available data is sparse or terribly uncertain, what that tells you is you have a model that's calibrated to as best you can, but it still may not be suitable to answer your question because you're just out of luck. You just don't have enough information to refine that, to actually refine the calibration any further. So it's almost a modeling philosophy question, but it does matter in practical terms because that speaks again to if I use the model to do differences between things, then I can usually trust that a lot more. But if I really need an understanding of the absolute salinity at a certain time, you may say, well, I don't even know it within a few parts per thousand now. How can I know that then? So.
Our other presenters. Okay, well, you'll be around all day, Gary. So
Absolutely, yeah.
More questions percolate, we will come back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's great. You deserve. Present. Thank you, Huri and Juan. Thank you very much. And we'll take a break after their presentation, but we need to keep moving here. We got a full agenda.
Use your mic.
Yes, you can. I guess you can. Yeah, there you go. Just click it somewhere. Here you go.
Shall we start? Okay. All right. Good morning, everyone. First, I would like to thank the conveners of this workshop, U.S. Army, for inviting us and giving us an opportunity to share our research at UC Riverside. So my name is Huri Ajami. I'm in the Department of Environmental Sciences and have been at UCR since 2016. So one of the project that we have been working on in the past few years is on developing an integrated hydrologic model for the Salton Sea Basin with the goal of improving water resources management. And I'm here today with Juan, and he's the one who's done all the work. So I'm just providing a few background information, but Juan, who's the one who spent so much time on development of the model and can provide further information about the technical details. So when we are looking at agricultural ecosystems, water resources management in these types of environment is very challenging because the dynamics of the system in terms of water resources not only controlled by precipitation, temperature, and overall climatic condition, but also as a result of human activities. And while it's sometimes easier actually to make a prediction what's going to be the future of water resources as a function of climate, despite the uncertainty on global climate models, is way more difficult to predict what are the human activities are going to be in the future, the decision-making process of the humans. So therefore, there has been a lot of focus on understanding of these coupled natural human systems. What farmers decide to cultivate next year, of course, depend on the resources they have available in hand, legal, economic considerations, and so forth. So be able to developing a modeling framework that not only could capture the natural dynamics, but also these human dimensions would be very challenging. And of course, is an active area of research in model development. I mean, Gary talked about some of the issues, even in terms of the physical processes, there is a lot of complexity, but these human aspects become very important. So maybe I should then move. Maybe next slide. I don't know what happened. Okay. So what we do as a hydrologist, so we always try to develop a water balance for the system. And to do that, of course, we rely on observational data. There are, stream flow gauging stations that's established by U.S. Geological Survey, groundwater monitoring wells by USGS, Department of Water Resources, and so forth. But also we have plethora of remote sensing observations that monitor the Earth, regularly, and we have data, but at different, spatial and temporal coverage. Despite having all of these observations, still we are dealing with regions that are huge, and it's not possible to just use the observations to understand the water balance partitioning, to know how much of precipitation goes to runoff, how much gets recharged to groundwater or evapotranspiration. So we are trying to develop, numerical models, and there are a variety of these models that, the number of hydrologic models is equal to the number of hydrologists in the world. Everybody's developing their own models, and as Gary will put, the parameterization basically is the challenging part. But we need these types of tools for decision-making process. So it seems this doesn't want to work. So next slide. So why we looked at the Salton Sea area? So Salton Sea is a highly productive agricultural region. We have two major agricultural areas in the US portion, the Imperial Valley Irrigation District and Coachella Valley. But of course, part of the Salton Sea watershed also in the Mexican part, about 15% of the area. And why we are looking at the Salton Sea region is because the lake volume basically declined by about 30% over the past 25 years. And as a hydrologist, we were interested to know.
Push the down button to faster slide.
Okay, perfect. We were interested to know that, why actually the lake levels are declining. And, and as you all know, the main input to the system is the water that is coming from the Colorado River to the US portion. It goes through the All-American Canal and distributed, and then part of the Colorado River water goes through the Morelos Dam and serves the Mexicali area. The implications of the lake level decline has been, of course, toxic dust that we have been talking about, issues related to water pollution because all these pesticides and fertilizers basically draining to the lake, and the salinity in the lake has been going on very much. And then, the issues as we discussed this morning related to the public health, because as the lake level are declining and the exposed playa, we're observing the rate of, increases in toxic dust in the region. And of course, another important factor is the wildlife and ecosystem services that the lake provide. This doesn't want, this one is also not working. Yeah, it's doing that. Okay, oops, long before. Okay, so here is the, figure of the Salton Sea watershed. As you can see, is a transboundary basin getting the most of its water from the Colorado River. And here, this figure shows the annual precipitation in the region since 1980s. As you can see, the average annual precipitation is somewhere around 5 inches per year. So all this agricultural productivity that we see has nothing to do with the precipitation, is all a result of Colorado River distribution. But the data shows that, in recent years, actually, even that a small amount of precipitations have declined considerably relative to the overall average that you see here. And these two figures show the, annual inflows that comes through the All-American Canal and Morelos Dam. And the red lines show the average, this 30-year average inflow to the sea. Again, as you are observing since 2010, the inflow at all American canals have declined considerably relative to the average, which is about 3.2 million acre feet. And also actually the Morelos Dam, the inflow to that even is way lower, and also starting 2000s, the volume declined considerably. So this figure, thanks to Michael Cohen, shared with us some of the lake volume data from early 1920s. Actually, you will see that since from 1920 until 1980, the lake level has been increasing. And the reason for it that during this period, we had the expansion of irrigated agriculture, wet and dry cycle in terms of the climate condition. But what's happening since mid-1990s that we see these declining trend in the lake volumes that is about 32%. And we wanted to understand, basically, as a result of a hydrologic investigation, what is going on with the lake. So we got funding from the National Science Foundation. Infuse program was a collaborative project with Texas A&M in 2017. And the UC Riverside team was a group of researchers, my colleagues, Per Trabi, and from a School of Public Policy. And we were the hydrologists that basically in charge of the watershed hydrology model development, because the previous investigations in the basin only focused on looking at the lake level itself, while we need to have a watershed approach that, as you can see, there are different inflows coming to the lake. We have major agricultural regions, so simpler mass balance model provide us with a good approximation, but doesn't let us to explore what are the impact of different management practices on the lake level is going to be. So as part of this, we developed the watershed model. And then, last summer from University of California, Office of Vice Chancellor for Research, we also got some funding in collaboration with my colleagues in the School of Public Policy to basically making future projections on the Salton Sea Lake level. Because as you will see, the major challenge is when you want to predict what's going to happen to the lake level in the future, we need to know what are the inflows that are coming to the lake. And although there are models for the Colorado River, there is a lot of uncertainty in these types of models. So as part of this OASIS project, we are trying to basically improve the uncertainty of predictions here to be able to make projections about the hydrology. But this is a seed funding, and we are exploring other funding opportunities through National Science Foundation, sustainability programs, and so forth, working with social scientists as well. Again, considering that human dimension and physical aspect to better understand the system. Next. So the goal of the model, when we were deciding on what type of tool we want to use, of course, we asked what type of questions we want to answer. So we wanted to develop a modeling framework that could, of course, simulate flows, all the inflows to the lake, be able to make predictions about changes in the lake level, and also predict, crop yield. And we wanted that model to be spatially explicit. So it allows us to look at changes in management practices, different farming practices, irrigation schedulings, water saving strategies, and so forth. And then also be able to, run climate change scenarios. And to do that, we developed a watershed hydrology model that Juan developed, and he's going to talk to you about the details of the model. The paper was published in 2022 in Water Resources Research, and we're happy to share the copies if you are interested.
Next one, please. So, well, as Corey mentioned, so we developed a model for the first time using a semi-distributed approach. Specifically, we use the soil and water assessment tool, which is, well, a widely used model, specifically or predominantly for surface water dominated systems, but it also considers some interactions with the groundwater in a simple way. So we picked this model, well, because it has some advantages, for example, compared to, well, prominently physically based models. So of course we can simulate highly managed basins, we can consider field operations, reservoirs and lakes schedules, and we also can incorporate some water transfers and point sources that are of course critical for the Salton Sea, specifically for the water distribution across the basin. And as Jorge mentioned before, well, also the advantage is that it also comes with a plant growth model. So we can also, well, let's say simulate plant biomass and crop yields. And well, this could also be used to further constrain the model or validate the results too. This particular model is based on the hydrologic response unit, where most of the let's say, land phase processes take place, for example, infiltration, evaporation, also, well, the generation of, well, erosion and sedimentation. And this is basically, well, these spatial units are based on the unique combination of soil classes, slope, and land use. And then everything that happens in these spatial units is then let's say, routed to, well, the outlets of subbasins that basically, well, cluster all that is happening in certain groups of HRUs, and, well, they are defined based on given drainage area. Of course, well, this was defined based on the available data and the resolution, so, well, yeah, it is variable. And then everything that happens in the subbasins is then routed through the river network. And in this case, of course, everything ends in the lake. So here you can see, let's say, the skeleton of our model. So particularly here, well, you are seeing like different irregular shapes that, well, in total are 268 subbasins. Which, well, account for a total of more than 9,000 HRUs. Of course, we are considering here a total of 29 land covers, 39 soil types, and 2 different slope classes. And in addition to that, well, maybe you are not seeing here the red dots, but, well, we consider 10 water transfers and 5 points. So basically, we have the influx here from the Colorado River. Of course, we have to distribute that water across the Imperial Valley, and also, well, the water that comes into the Coachella Valley that brings the water to the, well, the Coachella Valley. And also we have some, well, use these features to also simulate how water is used and distributed in the northern part of the basin. So as well, as you could imagine, well, there are also always some challenges in this figure that you are seeing. Of course, this is the Imperial Valley, and, well, you can notice that, well, the red lines correspond to the main canals that are bringing the water from the Colorado River, and also the black lines correspond to the drainage and irrigation canals. This is quite complex to, let's say, well, explicitly simulating the model. So, well, we take advantage of some of the features of the model to somehow mimic these processes that cannot be directly simulated. And, well, also one of the major problems is that, well, there is a lack of, well, publicly available data, for example, for irrigation and drainage. Fortunately, well, in the team, we had someone from UCR Extension that provided some starting, let's say, and the starting point. But some of these features, of course, needed to be calibrated during the process, so there might be some uncertainty related. And here, well, we have also more examples of the challenges that we face. Of course, in most of the studies, usually they don't consider the Mexican side of the basin, which is a problem. I will show you later why. exactly, despite the Mexican portion is just approximately 15% of the basin. Actually, it is key to understand the declining patterns and, well, why it needs to be considered always. So in the upper part of the slide, well, we have here the land cover. Of course, we obtain data from well, agencies from both of the countries, but of course they usually don't match because they have different methodologies. So for example, initially for the Mexican side, we were only able to collect data for, let's say, a general classification of land cover, which was not ideal because of course we wanted something more detailed. So even we needed to go to get the state data. Well, there are some problems because in some cases the data is not publicly available in Mexico. So actually we obtained this map and we needed to digitize it manually. And well, of course, combining 3 different data sets, we were able to obtain that well, ledger for the entire basin. And something similar happened with the soil. So of course, here we are seeing the distribution of soil types for the stats go-to here in the US. But of course, well, for the Mexican side, well, they have data that do not match, well, this data set, and well, they also don't consider the same variables. So instead of, let's say, wasting time collecting data that, well, we didn't know if it was going to be possible to get collected. So we use machine learning to be able to predict the stats go-to MUKI code, well, using different predictor variables, specifically for the soil, from, well, world data sets to be able to, well, also obtain let's say, these stats go MUKI codes for the Mexican side, despite, of course, we know they don't exist. But, well, by doing that, of course, we were able to get everything ready for the model. And in addition to that, well, this is also a key point. In the region, there are like multiple groundwater replenishment facilities. At least in this part of the basin, in the northern part, well, you can see that we have, I think, 5, but well, I think in total in the basin there are 7. As you can imagine, well, most of this water is also coming from the Colorado River, and this comes through the Colorado River aqueduct. So this is like an underground pipe. And despite our model was predominantly for, let's say, surface water, we were able to identify that one of these facilities are directly impacting the flow of the Whitewater River. Could you please on this one? So as you can see here, we are comparing the stream flow from Whitewater River at Windy Point from the USGS repositories versus the data that is being, let's say, injected into, well, ideally into the aquifer. Well, this one represents the black line, and you notice that they, well, match. We spent a lot of time because we were not considering those initially, but we noticed that, yeah, so even calibration cannot handle that because definitely this is an additional inflow to the system that, well, needs to be accounted. And well, once we obtain all the data and make sure that, well, we could, let's say, start running simulations. So, well, we decided to, let's say, run the model from 1985 to 2019. We also consider a 5-year period for initialization. And well, in this case, for the calibration, well, we were using different variables as targets or endpoints. Specifically, we look at reference evapotranspiration at 17 stations, which are these green dots. So as you notice, well, we have these dots prominently in the valleys, and we have one here in the San Felipe Creek Basin. Also, we consider, well, a stream flow, different, well, at 26 flow gauges that are here represented as red triangles. So, of course, they are prominently concentrated in the headwaters in the northern part of the basin, but still we have enough data, for example, to constrain the system, at least here where most of the water is being distributed across And in addition to that, well, to make sure that the water balance for the lake was correct, we also consider lake volume and evaporation. And as, let's say, soft data, we also look at some remotely sensed actual evapotranspiration and also crop yields. And regarding management, which of course is like the area in which maybe there is more uncertainty. So for irrigation, we consider, well, SWAT comes from an auto-irrigation module. So we use that, of course, using the data from the UCR extension as a starting point, but also some of these parameters were calibrated. And in addition to that, we also consider pumping in the Coachella Valley, where at least 30% of the area irrigates with groundwater. And well, also in order to make sure that we were not, for example, stressing the crops in the basin, well, we also use the auto-fertilization module to make sure that, well, plants were well, growing properly and were not, let's say, limited by the lack of fertilization. Tile drainage was also considered, so in this case only in the American side. It seems that, well, just in recent years in Mexico, they start also having some pilot programs, so it's not widely used yet, but in the in the American side is quite important, specifically for the Imperial Valley. And as I mentioned before, well, we consider these flows at one of the groundwater replenishment facilities that, well, let's say has to do with managed aquifer recharge. And well, this is like a summary for the validation of the model after, well, we calibrated, well, the parameters related to the hydrology. So in this figure, you are seeing what is called violin plots, which are like the statistical distribution of the, let's say, three metrics that we use to, well, make sure that we were constraining properly the model. So specifically, we were using the Nash-Sutcliffe efficiency coefficient, the Clinch-Gupta efficiency coefficient, which basically has to do with the timing and magnitude agreement between the observed and simulated data, and which ideal value is equal to 1. And we also look at the percent bias, which has to do with the long-term error, of course, again, between the observed and simulated data, and which ideal value is 0%. So on this side, we have the potential evapotranspiration, the results for the potential evapotranspiration, and in this side, we have the results for the stream flow and the lake volume. The lake volume are these crosses. Well, as you notice, well, the results were satisfactory for most of the observation points. So, well, this already tells us that it is possible to simulate this, despite the complexities, it is possible to simulate this basin with these kind of models. And here we have just some examples for some stream flow gauges. So we have the Alamo and New River near the Salton Sea. We have the Whitewater River also near the Salton Sea, and finally the Salton Sea volume. As you notice, for most of the points, the simulated values are really close to the observed values. The major issues were in the Coachella Valley because, well, of course, groundwater is more important in this area. And also it is important to know that the water distribution system in the Coachella Valley is different to, for example, the one that we have in the Imperial Valley. In Imperial Valley, you have prominently canals that are transporting most of the water. In the Coachella Valley, you have well, underground pipes, so it's more complex, and of course, it's more difficult to, well, make sure that some of the losses that you have in the system are not really, let's say, flowing to the river. And as I mentioned before, so we also look at, let's say, additional data as soft validation. So here we have, well, we compare here the actual evapotranspiration against, well, data provided by the Bureau of Reclamation. Here we have, well, let's say the different line covers that we consider in the model. For most of them, let's say we are in the appropriate range, and only for 3 crops let's say we are significantly underestimating the values, specifically alfalfa, we have apple trees and also Bermuda grass. And well, this is something that definitely, well, could be improved in the future if more data becomes available. So, of course, once we obtain, let's say, our final model, we also wanted to look at the, well, the general water balance for, let's say, different subdomains. So, of course, well, we can look at the root zone. We can look also at only at the stream system, at the lake system, or at the entire system. So here, let's say we have like the summaries for the long-term water balance for the entire system and the three other subsystems. So if we look at the basin system, for example, we notice that in the long term, at least for the period that we consider for the simulation, inflows from external sources represent, well, I think this is 63%, approximately 63%. While precipitation is around 33%, and well, actually precipitation is quite variable along the simulation period. If we look at the outflows, well, you notice that most of the inflows are actually supplying the evapotranspiration demand. And well, also in a minor proportion, we also have approximately 25% of losses by lake evaporation. And well, we have other losses here that, for example, consider the water allocations of the Colorado River through Mexico that go to cities like Tijuana and Tecate. So yeah, we also consider those let's say constraints in the system. Now, if we look at the lake subsystem, so if we pay attention to the inflows, so notice that, well, most of them, around 88%, correspond to surface inflows, and precipitation is just around 6-7%, and groundwater inflows is just 5%. So, well, it seems it is not that representative. And well, I think this part is like the more interesting part because, well, in our model, we allow the system, we allow the lake to, for example, have leakage, which usually is not considered in the models. I think because prominently, yeah, they are like following some guidelines from these USGS studies from the 60s and 70s. In which they say that maybe it wasn't that representative, but as was mentioned before, definitely we need to update this data to make sure that it's true or no. At least our model is telling us that 33% of the water is correspond to seepage. Of course, we make sure that the inflows are as accurate as possible. We also constrain of course, the lake volume and also the lake evaporation. So, well, we believe this is an indicative that definitely there could be some significant interactions with the groundwater. And well, very well, through the calibration, we were able also to, well, estimate, let's say, a hydraulic conductivity for the bed of the lake, which is close to 0.077 millimeters per hour. And we believe that, well, this is like a starting point to understand these lake and water interactions, and definitely this is something that needs to be further investigated, right? So, well, probably the USGS people is going to provide more details on that. So, in addition, well, to presenting you how we develop the model, well, we also want to provide like an additional analysis that we did on the results. So we wanted to, let's say, understand what are like the causal factors leading to the depletion of the lake. So of course, we use the results from the model, specifically, well, evapotranspiration, irrigation volumes, stream flows, and also the components of the lake water balance. Then we use some time series composition techniques, well, to determine if these changes are taking place, let's say, in the general trend, or if is maybe changes in the seasonality. And in addition to that, well, we use some clustering techniques to see if we can notice some hydrologic signatures for some of these processes. So here we have, let's say, different components. So in the upper part, we have components for the lake. So we have the lake volume, groundwater inflow, surface inflow, precipitation, evaporation, and seepage. We also have here the composition of the lake main tributaries. And also in the lower part, we have valley crop evapotranspiration and irrigation. So for each of the components, you are seeing like 3 different time series. So the upper one corresponds to the, let's say, the original time series simulated by the model. The second one corresponds to the trend, and the last one is just like a residual. So something that we notice is that, well, of course, this depletion is being observed after mid-1990s. So here is the lake volume, and well, you can notice that those same patterns are noticed in different components, also in the lake main tributaries. And well, you could maybe be wondering why I'm not showing the seasonality. And that's why, because with this methodology, we, let's say, confirm that the seasonality is not changing over time. So of course, this has not directly related to maybe changes in the seasonality of the temperature in the Colorado River. And also, well, this is also important because, let's say, there has been always different hypotheses about why the lake is being declining, right? So some blame the allocation of the Colorado River, some blame, well, changes in the irrigation practices. And well, there is also people that blame climate change, right? So according to our results, at least across the Salton Sea Basin, precipitation is not significantly changing over time. So this is not the reason for the lake depletion. And well, the reality, of course, when we start looking at, well, what could be the reasons, well, we notice that the starting point of the depletion is relatively close to 2 different agreements. One is the 1998 Concept Water Transfer Agreement between the Imperial Irrigation District and the San Diego County Water Agency, in which, well, the first one was going to sell up to 247 million cubic meters per year of water. And in the second one, well, is the widely known Colorado River Water Use 4.4 plan, in which let's say California had to, let's say, stop, let's say, using the surplus of the Colorado River for the different uses that they have for those allocations. So as I mentioned before, well, we use 2 different clustering techniques to try to build different hydrologic signatures. So the first one is a characteristic-based clustering analysis, in which we are looking at the strength of the seasonality and also at the strength of the trend. So we discovered 3 different hydrologic signatures. In the first one, we have most of the stream flow of the headwater catchments related with precipitation. In the second cluster, we notice that we have, for example, the flows of the All-American Canal related, of course, with the Alamo River. And also, well, these processes are related with evapotranspiration and temperature. So this is definitely driven by the seasonality. And the third one that I think is the most important, of course, we have the lake volume related to the stream flow of the Whitewater River, also the inflows at the Morelos Dam, and of course we have the stream flow of the New River near the Salton Sea and also at the international border. So all these processes are directly related. And well, based on the results, of course, well, we start like seeing that the declines in the New River flows seems to be the major hydrologic driver of lake depletion. And of course, since, well, all these, let's say, pass through the Mexican side, definitely, that's why, at least we believe we need always to consider the Mexican side of the basin. And in the second clustering approach, well, basically we try to, let's say, identify groups based on the normalized trend. We identify, let's say, two major groups. The first one that relates the All-American Canal inflows with the Alamo River. And this is also related, for example, to some flows that pass through the East Highland Canal, and also, well, the irrigation volumes at the Imperial Coachella Valley. And the other major group has to do, again, with the, in this case, the surface inflows of the lake that are directly related with the New River, and of course, also the inflows from the Morelos Dam. So what we want to point out here is that definitely all these declining patterns that, well, we observe in the lake can be traced, let's say, back to the Colorado River inflows. So that's why you need to consider also the Salton Sea Basin as part of the Colorado River Basin. And as a matter of conclusions, so, well, we already noticed that the Salton Sea inflows, well, decline, it seems that is directly related to the Colorado River allocations. Of course, we noticed that it seems that the declines may be related with some of these agreements that has been signed, let's say, between California and the other 6 states that share the allocation of the Colorado River, but also some different institutions within California. The reality is that, let's say, at least from our study, we cannot really conclude that the problem is just about, let's say, management, because there could be also some, well, declines due to the impacts of the climate change on the Colorado River Basin. So we already concluded that the problem is not the climate in the Salton Sea, but there could be a problem with the climate in the Colorado River, or even it could be like a combination of both. And also, well, as I mentioned before, definitely you need to consider the Colorado River Basin if you are going to, well, do some projections in the future. And these projections need to be as accurate as possible. You need to consider management in the Colorado River Basin, which is quite complex. And if you don't, let's say if to our model you input some future inflows from the Colorado River and they are not accurate, well, of course, the results for the Salton season are not going to be accurate. And the last, well, of course, this is also a call for cooperation. Definitely, we need to involve more the irrigation districts, which have data that can, let's say, reduce the uncertainty in, well, the different models that have been developed for the area. So I think, yeah, all you guys can definitely help us also in this matter. Thank you.
Just 2 more slides. So as you can see, water resources management is a multifaceted issue. We have multiple stakeholders that have, in some cases, competing interests. We have growers interested in, food production, of course, with all the discussion about energy production in the region and lithium, that they would need water resources, environmental flows and restoration of wildlife habitats, groundwater management issues and land subsidence that we're observing in the Coachella Valley. And of course, we are in a basin that the livelihood basically depends on the decisions that are being made at the, in the Colorado River. So there is also legal consideration and economic consideration. So there is a lot to do to address these types of challenges. So what we have done at UC Riverside, Professor Marilyn Fogel in 2018, unfortunately she passed away now, established the Salton Sea Task Force. And this consists of, multiple professors. You may know some of them, Dr. Will Porter, actually developing a, weather research forecasting model that also looks at the changes in wind condition. I think Gary mentioned that is important. So that WRF model could be useful, and that model is coupled with a chemistry model that could look at the dust transport. So that's one of his main research area. Professor Roy Bahraini, she did actually the initial study that looking at the dust composition in the Salton Sea. Emma Aronson is a microbiologist, so they're trying to understand, some of the, biologic factors that might be associated with the dust and microbial processes that could cause, health issues. Professor David Lowe in the School of Medicine doing these experiments, exposing the mice to different types of dust and looking at the inflammatory response. Professor Tim Lyons, he's a biogeochemist, looking at lake biogeochemistry, and he has a postdoctoral scholars, Charlie Diamond and Carolyn Huang, that actually they have a boat. Every once in a while, they go to the sea and make a lot of measurements and looking at the chemistry of the lake. Of course, we have two colleagues, Wilfred and Mike McKibben, from Earth and Planetary Sciences, that they are looking at the lithium extractions in the sea, and Aaron is with the College of Engineering, also looking at the battery productions, and finally, Kurt Schwabe in the School of Public Policy. So we published a paper which was peer, a report in 2021, basically describing basically crisis at the Salton Sea and the vital role of science. One message when we started these types of projects was we understand the community call for action is that just do the projects. And they think that, everything is known about the system. But believe me, there is, and all of you know, there is still a lot to learn and investigate. We understand the concerns of the public. I'm even having asthma attack, drinking water here, just being in the in this environment. But role of science, monitoring, and adaptive management is very important. So thank you so much for your attention, and be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Questions for Corey and Juan? Yes.
This is Dan with Audubon. I really appreciated you taking the time, and that's a great overview of the group working here. So it's really good to know about all that work. So thank you. And I did like that important distinction on the climate change aspect, where you're looking at, like, local by itself is probably not a thing, but we may have a problem at the Colorado River Basin level. One of the things that I had a question about was your ET work, your evapotranspiration work. And so it looked like you are considering water that runs off from farms through drains into the Salton Sea.
Yep.
And we talked about this a little bit yesterday too. We've got about, in the neighborhood of 6,000 or 7,000 acres of wetland habitats now across, on the playa. Around the sea. And so I don't think you did, but did you account for the evapotranspiration as the drains kind of have created those and are now moving through those ecosystems, those wetland systems? We're going to have a lot of evapotranspiration there. So it's likely that those drains aren't actually dumping into the sea anymore.
No, exactly no. As I said, the problem is that there is a lack of data, at least publicly available data.
Yeah.
Of course, well, we define the tile drainage based on some information that we obtain from the field. It is not like official data. So yeah, these processes are quite uncertain in our model, but definitely if there is more data that we can use, this can be improved. But yeah, definitely we did not consider that.
So yeah, we have been working with Ali Montazer. He's a cooperative extension specialist here at the Desert Rec Center for the University of California. So at least he could tell us a little bit, okay, here is the maximum irrigation they applied, for dates, or this is for, alfalfa and so forth. And one of the features that we observe in the model simulations, we have a lot of water actually draining out of the East Highland Canal. We asked for data, but we couldn't get anything. So again, if there is something available, again, the accuracy of these models depends on the input. Otherwise, it's just garbage in, garbage out. But so we observing some behaviors, but we also don't have the data to constrain it. So I think that's the key.
Yeah, we are working on some of that. We do have models of the wetlands themselves, but not the specific vegetation types that are within the wetlands, but we're working on that presently. So we could connect on that.
Exactly, that would be great. I mean, these are the things that, when you have a, flexible model structure like that, you could incorporate them, not to the level of detail that you are having with the individual wetland, but at least include them in the water balance.
Thanks, Dan. Any other questions? I'm sorry.
Yeah, thanks for nice presentation. So one observation from your paper, also from the presentation today. So you're talking about roughly 30% of the water flowing into the sea is lost to seepage, right? So about 1 million acre feet flows into the sea each year now. That's 300,000 acre feet lost to groundwater every year. What do you think happens if that's been the process? And that's different from other mass balance analyses of the sea, which don't estimate that kind of, and I'll be talking some of that from a mod flow perspective, but it'll be interesting to explore why that difference occurs. And I think models are interesting in a situation like this. Models are interesting when they differ, and when they differ a lot, it's even more interesting to understand what's our, what's different in our conceptual model. And I think the reason the previous approach of the relatively small contribution of groundwater has been sustained over a long time is that it fits the salt and water balance fairly well. And I don't know if you did a salt balance in the sea, because that would matter also. If you're losing 300,000 acre feet, you're losing that much, huge amount of salt through that. So that's a question, but I would encourage us to keep exploring the reasons for the differences.
Yeah, as I mentioned, so the results that we obtain for the seepage in the lake are just like a starting point. So definitely people needs to start considering those processes. In previous approaches, I think based on what was discussed in these early studies in the 60s and the 70s, they mentioned that, well, they were practically negligible, but there were not like really field studies that confirm that, and we need still that these days. As I mentioned before, so one of the major issues is that there is not at least a publicly available data for the East Highland Canal. So in our model, if the flows that we are receiving from that canal, let's say in reality are less, so that definitely will generate a reduction in the seepage that we are observing in our modeling results. So I think, yeah, considering groundwater in the Coachella and also constraining better the processes in the water distribution of the Imperial Irrigation District will, let's say, reduce these uncertainties and, well, let's say, approximate better these numbers.
I would add that when we are looking at the lake balance in the model, so of course we have inflows are known, at least from the three major inflow sources. There was an evaporation station there that we could also constrain the lake evaporation. So we have precipitation, so there is some uncertainty. So therefore, where are the water? Why you see these changes? So there should be loss. But I would caution that $300,000, not 300,000, but 300,000 acre feet that is losing. This is calibrated. I would be, don't quote UC Rivers, I did that. There is a lot of uncertainty in that estimate. But also hydrologically, when you have a lake and then there is a groundwater basin nearby, these lake gradients are influencing, flow to the lake and so forth. So there should be some sort of connections, but, there is not much data.
Totally agree that there is a connection between the groundwater basin. And I think, as you mentioned, the inflows are known to a certain degree. Most of the big inflows are known. Evaporation, you can sort of bound that. And I think what's unique about the Salton Sea is that the salt balance is known. So looking at the salinity, when you've lost water, that will be, that's the residual in the elevated salinity concentrations. And I think the working understanding that we've had for the last 20 plus years is those data sort of align fairly well with the small groundwater contribution, not zero, but small. But if it's much larger, then I think we need to investigate something else that's smaller. Basically, that means we're not losing as much water in evaporation. And so anyway, those are questions that I think it'd be good to continue to explore and sort of get agreement on. And I think, and in my own experience, models are most interesting when they disagree. So
yes.
Take this as a great sign.
One thing I mentioned in one of the, and I hope somebody does, I've heard DWR drilled some wells in one of the Salton Sea Summit that Mike Cohen and Kurt Schwabe organized. I said, could we just have a transect of piezometers perpendicular to the lake to look at the variations in the subsurface? That may just cost $10,000. But I think that would be the key. And imagine if you have multiple of these transects, along the lake with all the funding that is coming and all these agencies getting involved, this could be a $50,000 or even less thing that characterize these interactions.
Yeah, and we can follow up. There is publicly available data on and I think I'll get to talk about it a little later after lunch, but we can also make information. We can certainly share the information we're using. A good part of it, which is in the public domain.
Yeah, thank you.
I think we also have a question online.
Yeah, Zoe, did you have your hand up?
Yes, I did. I have a fairly simple question, and it's going back to slide 30, Salton Sea Basin Model Calibration. The one element that I don't see on this graphic is the drainage that goes directly from subsurface return flows to ditches. And I think that there's some of those in the Imperial site as well. So how was the flows from those included in the model? Is it based on some assumed irrigation return flow? And how do you subtract that from the other sources that are picking up irrigation return flows as well?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So in our model, of course, we consider, let's say, losses by runoff from irrigation. Those percentages, well, we also obtained some data from the UCR extension, but those, let's say, those percentages were also calibrated. And for the tile drainages, of course, we set the systems in both the Coachella and the Imperial valleys. We didn't have tile drainage flows, so at some point, this is also uncertain in our model, but they are considered, and they are draining to the Alamo and New rivers.
So they were just because some numbers I don't remember, like in terms of the sizes of the tiles and their spacing.
The depth, the distance.
And the reason that I bring this up is because half of the flow from the Coachella Valley is actually through the tile drains that are not included here. And I can't speak for the imperial system because I don't know what percentage goes to the New River and the Alamo River, but that, if it's anything close to what it is on the Coachella Valley side, it could be a significant number. I know on our side, flows are a smaller percentage of the inflows to the Salton Sea, about 10%.
Mhm.
But if you leave that component out, it's, I think it's like a 40%. 50 is too much, but it's 40% of the flows.
So one thing that I would mention that the system that you see in that figure is mostly the surface inflow. So you don't see the tile drains.
Yeah,
Those are
Those are
conceptual.
surface inflows as well.
Oh, okay. So those are, and then, tile drains, if there is data, because the model predict, what is the outflow it is from the tile flow. So it would be great to actually compare. Because if we are underestimating those flows, basically then we, there are issues with the lake balance. But thank you so much. Again, that highlights the role of data. I think maybe we had a Zoom conversation a few years ago that you guys shared with us some reports, and I appreciate that.
Okay. Well, thank you for the clarification.
Thank you.
Awesome.
We had another question from the chat from Jake. Jake, do you want to come off mute? Well, Jake was asking, how long did this model take to develop, and how essential is it to the USACE planning? In other words, would this planning process have to be delayed if this model did not presently exist?
Well, so I think in terms of the model development, it took about 2 years, having postdoctoral scholar like Juan to put all the data, because the main part is gathering all the data and building the database. And since we were looking at the Mexican portion, that of course takes the long time, but then calibration. And so it's about 2 years. The funding that we got, the National Science Foundation total amount of the award was $2.5 million, but of course we didn't get all of it. The UCR portion for the modeling part was $250,000. So which basically covered the salary charges for the postdoc. And, of course, that institutions have 55% indirect costs. So really not much, effort, but, you have a great person with a lot of skills that was ready to go. And, and even we were talking with the developers of SWOT model as we had some, challenges. So that was about the time that was spent.
And maybe John or Isaac or Corey could speak to the part of how this is playing into the core planning process, and if our study would be delayed if it wasn't already existing.
Take a first stab at it. Sure. John Petrie, Army Corps of Engineers. I'll take a first stab at it, but our H&H team is represented here, so they can correct me if I'm way off base. I think for a study like the Salton Sea, I think this type of model is pretty essential based on the complexity of the system and the diversity of options that are alternatives that would be considered in our analysis. And I think the numerical model gives us the ability to kind of turn knobs off and on and add features and things that we simply, the interactions with the natural system and the engineered system are too complex for us to just, to really figure out how those, the different pieces fit together and how they influence each other. So I would say, yeah, I guess I would, in short, it's essential.
Well, thank you and I really appreciate the modeling framework that Gary discussed, because at the moment, lake is just like a bathtub in this model. But if the Corps planning to develop something like that, that would be very interesting to look at these spatial temporal variabilities, salt dynamics, and so forth. And, we are using this type of, more physically based modeling approaches for some of the projects we have in the Central Valley, using, solving the 3D Richards equation, fully integrated surface water groundwater model. But the challenge here, as you mentioned, is all these canals and, ditches and tile drains that complicates these numerical solvers won't converge. That's why we end up using kind of some intermediate solution using this model.
Yeah, and I guess maybe just a follow-up point to that for Jake's benefit as well is that I think it really is. It's not just a hydrologic model. It's also looking at the hydraulics and the hydrodynamics for a lot of the alternatives that we're looking at for the sea, and I kind of see them as working together. I mean, one, in a very simple sense, one provides the input for the other, and the detailed work that Gary described earlier provides the tools to really analyze in detail the alternatives. So, yeah.
I just wanted to say from a process perspective, anytime we bring in a new model that we haven't already developed ourselves, it has to go through a rigorous review process from the Army Corps of Engineers, and then we have to get certified for at least one-time approval, if not for, continuous approval. So that review process will take place in our agency. Isaac has something.
Hey, this is Isaac with the H&H team. I have just two clarifying questions. The first is talk about the calibration targets and management options. So were the management options the things that were adjusted to match the calibration targets? Is that what that's saying?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. And then the cluster analysis, is that all observed data that you guys are clustering, or some of them?
No, we use the simulated values from the model because all the variables were not available from observed sources. Yeah.
So it's all modeled outputs?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, because for example, we don't know how much irrigation is applied, but the model, because it has an auto irrigation function, for example, calculates this is the amount that was applied. So since those observations were not available, we have to use simulated data.
And we have one more question. Yan Wen, I saw your hand was up.
Hi, this is Yuan Wenlin from DWR Salton Sea team. I have a question. Do you have an estimate for the contribution of groundwater to the Salton Sea lake volume? I know you mentioned that the number one contribution is from New River. And then, of course, these are irrigation return flow also play a role, although it's highly uncertain. But what is your estimate of the contribution of groundwater?
Yes. So in SWOT, let's say basically these processes are vertical processes. So you can estimate what was the, let's say, the influence from groundwater in the subbasins where the lake, rests. Of course, it's not like a physically based process. So yeah, definitely. Well, let's say the next phase of this project will be maybe coupling SWOT with mud flow, or something that is more physically based, at least for the groundwater. Yeah.
Thank you.
So
thank you. I just want to share.
It's 5% based on the
around 5% in the long term.
Thank you. And I just want to share with you, DWR has drilled a bunch of wells, go down to 800 feet, and we have some data we can share with you. Basically, there are some artesian condition at about 600 feet, and the volume, I think, maybe will help you to calibrate your model. Of course, we DWR, we also are building a groundwater model, but hope this can help helpful to your model. Thank you.
Yeah, that would be fantastic. Actually, we are submitting a proposal in May 15 to NSF because it was difficult for us to get funding from other sources. And the idea is to couple SWOT with mud flow. If there are models that could be shared, and if our project gets funded, it would be great because we don't want to basically reinvent the wheel and use that to better constrain the lake balance.
We have a question back here from Dan.
In your modeling of the water that's coming through agriculture and then out drains into the sea, could you potentially separate that out and look at how management decisions would influence those flows that now are supporting habitat? So could those be used to look at future scenarios and how that may impact the amount of water being provided to those wetlands?
Yeah, the answer is yes. So in SWAT, let's say the discharge from the tiles are routed directly to let's say, the stream of a given subbasin. You can differentiate, well, which part was generated, I don't know, by surface runoff and which part from the drainages. And well, if you have the accurate data, well, you can change the management in different locations and see how that could impact the inflows to the lake. Yeah, or the flow along a given canal.
Okay, great, thank you.
So yeah, that's the nice thing about these models, and that's what the stakeholder perspective comes, as part of this new proposal that we are working with social scientists to talk with various stakeholders and their vision. You may say, oh, maybe we need to follow the land in this area. Maybe instead of alfalfa, let's, cultivate something else. At least these are not accurate estimates, but we could implement these types of changes and then look at the system response. So at least we could make informed decision.
Yeah, I think at Audubon, we're interested in the like how persistent these wetlands are going to be over the future. And I think the state is also interested in those kind of questions. And so, yeah, there's like pieces of this model that could be developed and used in a lot of different scenarios.
I think we have about 270 basins or so. So if there are data anywhere, we could just get the model outputs for the tide drains on those sub-basins. If there are gauges, some agencies are monitoring, we could compare and then fine tune. I mean, these things evolve, the modeling process, my colleagues at USGS, version 2 of, for example, Central Valley hydrologic model just released. So as more data becomes available, these, hopefully more versions come into fruition and, coupled with other models. And of course, this is the first study that consider these processes. There are limitations. We need to consider that. But at least, we look forward to see other research as it comes to develop.
Okay. Anything else online? Great presentation. Lots of discussion, lots of questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry, I'm run out of time.
No. So y'all, I think everybody deserves a 15-minute break. And we will come back and hear from our colleague from USGS in about 11:15 or 11:17, something like that. Thank you.
Paper went out this Monday. Yeah. Forget that, like. In Central Valley. Yes, it was all additional.
I just made it.
Yeah.
Okay. So thank you again to our presenters from UC Riverside. Really stimulating discussion and a great tool that's going to be available to, it sounds like many audiences, not just this feasibility study team. And without further ado, we'd like to hear now from Elizabeth Jackins from USGS, who's going to talk to us today about conceptual hydrology for this watershed.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I am so pleased I went after your two presentations because a lot of the questions that we talked about afterwards in this discussion are things that we've been talking about in the USGS. And while we haven't resolved them, we've been chipping away pieces in order to help better understand this conceptual hydrology. And we really are coming at it from the groundwater angle. So we will talk quite a bit about the groundwater pieces. Go ahead. So my project is colloquially known as like the water availability study for the Salton Sea region, right? This is the HUC-6 watershed. This is the international HUC-6 watershed. So we are including both the US portion and Mexico. And Juan, thank you so much for, helping me steer that ship a little bit. We also really believe that in order to fully understand the hydrology in this region, you need to be including the influence and those portions of Mexico, because this is an international HUC-6. So this project, our main goal is going to be quantifying historical water budgets. So that's both surface water and groundwater budgets. And this is going to be, at the end of the project, quantified. And there'll be several intermediate products that I'll sort of highlight during my presentation that we will be releasing as we go. And our real hope is that some of these mean that we do not have to duplicate efforts as a group. So this is the project website that's available. It is actually available in English and Spanish, which is relatively new for us, but something I pushed pretty hard for. Next slide. So I want to sort of start with, conceptually, this is where we're at. We have a surface water system that has inflows and outflows. We also have a groundwater system that has inflows and outflows. And there's a lot of talking between that groundwater and surface water system. Go ahead. And I'm going to first talk about the surface water system. And with the surface water system, the budget, go ahead. The water budget that we're using is called the Basin Characterization Model, specifically BCM V8. So this is a California-wide water budget. And this is a non-anthropogenic water budget. So I just want to point that out. And the main reason we use a non-anthropogenic one is because we will be adding these anthropogenic sources individually to the integrated water model. So groundwater and surface water. So those individual pieces will be added to the integrated model, not just the surface water model. So BCM V8 is only a California product. As Juan pointed out, we need to be including Mexico, and getting data in Mexico to match what is on the US side can be pretty difficult. So one of the big tasks that's actually already been completed is a local calibration of the watershed that includes looking at actual ET, stream flow, and land use. So that's calibrating on the US side. And then we took those same types of variables, geology, land use, soil types, and actual ET values in Mexico and extended it into Mexico so that we have the same spatial scale, the same variables. There are greater unknowns just based on the resolution of the input data, but having that continuous data set is really important to us. So this data actually goes from the 60s up to 2020, and that data release is in progress right now. It should be available this fiscal year, so later this summer. And then additionally, the BCM team is working on future climate scenarios that would go up to 2100. And with this is, I think there's 9 LOCA scenarios, localized central analog scenarios that will look at future precipitation, recharge, runoff, actually change in soil storage, and snowpack. Go ahead. So what I didn't mention about basin characterization model is it does not include stream flow routing. So we are incorporating other resources for stream flow routing in the surface water system. And I have modified this figure just to include sort of some relative quantities of those surface inflows. And Uri and Juan talked about this a lot. And I think Sujoy mentioned this as some of our other or previously published estimates of the groundwater contribution to the surface water system. This is one from CH2M from 2018, but they're estimating 1% of groundwater inflow and contribution. That's different than 5%. And again, it's more interesting when they differ. And this sort of describes where we started at, is we said, okay, how did they get at 1%? How are you getting at 5%? What does that mean for the groundwater? And how would we better quantify that groundwater contribution? So that exactly brings us into, I guess, the bulk of what I'm going to be talking about is how we're developing this conceptual groundwater budget. And this groundwater and surface water exchange, that's going to be really important here. So our team has made good progress on our hydrogeological framework. We are using wells from DWR, primarily water wells, but we also have oil and gas wells from the Department of Conservation that we are looking at lithology, construction information. Some of them even have geophysics. So been looking at geophysics, and that figure shows you sort of the range of wells that we're looking at. And our team has been going through all, 3,000 wells and going to decide, which ones should ultimately be incorporated, determining, what pumping zone are they looking at? Do they have associated water level data? Do they have pumping data that's published somewhere? So we're going through this, establishing the lithology and getting that coded into a database. We have started the data release process for the southern half. So Imperial Valley, actually that data release should be in review pretty shortly. So again, all of these digitized lithologies for these wells will be in one location, which hopefully should be a little less legwork, because I think we've spent something like 900 hours on it so far. So that should be coming out again this fiscal year. And on the northern portion of the sea in Coachella, as well as coming in on the east and the west, that data release probably won't be until next fiscal year, but that is, I'd say, in progress. And the very first piece of that will just be digitizing all of those wells. Go ahead. So those wells give us very specific depth measurements at some irregular, spatial distribution. But part of what will happen is we'll take those individual wells and build out a network in order to make it a regional framework. And so we've combined that with surficial geology, so looking at the spatial components as well as the depth components to try to figure out how we can fill in those gaps spatially. And we all know this is a trough. We have geology that's driven by flooding and evaporation, creating this trough where you have very different geology on each mountain edge, and the valley, both north and south, are considerably different. So this spatial component we find is really important. And the other thing, which I know Zoe pointed out yesterday, was because we have these flows coming in and out, we have interalluvium from this lake bed deposits, which are heterogeneous spatially. We have areas of perched aquifers, we have areas of confining units that are really important to describe how the water flows within a basin. And when we think about superficial geology, in the center line of the valley, that generally talks to about 2,000 feet deep. But we have bedrock that is up to 20,000 feet deep. And while we definitely will not be modeling 20,000 feet deep, and we do know that, right, we have generally two systems. We have a more shallow aquifer system in the upper 2,000 feet, 2,000 or less, tends to be less saline, lower temperature, right, compared to the deeper ones, which are generally highly pressurized, have larger temperature fluctuations, and a lot more salinity with that. So as we're starting to think about spatially and with depth, the other thing that we've spent a lot of time on is looking at faults that could be barriers to flow. When we talk about this, how is water being routed underground? Some of these faults have already been sort of locally identified, mainly there's a lot of geology work and geophysics works from the 60s and 70s, but then those are sort of summarized in the basin characterization reports. And so we sort of started as a jumping ground, and you can see on this figure, the pink ones have ones that have been identified in literature that are likely barriers to flow. And we have started looking at water levels on both sides of the faults and determining if those water levels on each side of the fault behave similarly with these different inflows, in which we think that they would likely not be barriers to flow. But there are faults where on one side of the fault versus the other, groundwater levels behave very differently to stresses, indicating that it's probably a barrier to flow and needs to be incorporated in our 3D framework model in order to characterize how that groundwater is moving. And this is data that's already available, but it's exciting because we should have new data coming out pretty soon. If you'll go to the next slide. Okay, the new data is in the next slide. So one more. You can go back and we'll just jump to it. So with thinking about faults and barriers to flow and talking about the groundwater, there are existing cross sections that we are using to help inform our understanding. In the north, we have from the alternative plan, from Coachella Valley Water District, several cross sections that actually show the wells that were used, and some of that lithology data. So we've been comparing our cross sections with those cross sections, trying to decide if they're different, why, if we're using different wells, if there are new wells, things like that. So we're comparing those. And then in Imperial Valley, there are two cross sections which are actually modeled cross sections, so they don't have wells associated with them, but we are looking at, does the understanding about the layering and the stratigraphy in that modeled scenario match how we would interpret our layering and lithology? And so with that, there's also two cross sections in Mexico that we digitized that I'd say likely will not be looking at heavily in this scenario, just because we don't have lithology data in Mexico to validate those cross sections with, but we do have them digitized if anyone's interested in them. And again, we're mapping perched aquifers, confining units, main production units, and this also will, I'd say, has helped inform new wells that are coming in, thinking about what depths we might want to be drilling to. And then ultimately, we're estimating aquifer properties at this stage. Again, huge model input, lots of uncertainty. And then this is part I'm pretty jazzed about is, so DWR flew several lines in Salton Sea last fall. And we actually worked with their team to help propose these lines. And we were looking specifically at how do we best inform our hydrogeologic framework. So these lines are going perpendicular to faults. They are going perpendicular to faults that we have reason to believe are barriers to flow, as well as ones that were previously described as uncertain to barriers to flow. So these are strategically placed, and they're also placed strategically based on wells that we have phenomenal lithology or geophysics for, so we can help, so it can help validate our model. And the resistivity model that comes out of this, which should be a year to a year and a half after these lines were flown, so maybe this fall, maybe next spring as an estimate. That resistivity model we'll be reviewing based on our understanding, again, comparing it to these wells that we have lithology for. And that will also help because we know we have high salinity in both groundwater and surface water, which could distort the interpretation of AEM data. So we have it in our budget to actually do some remeasurements, do some recalculations based on salinity if we find there are areas that are necessary. But I will just point out these lines were drawn based on salinity maps that do not cross areas that we know the threshold for salinity is too high for the AEM interpretation. So those were strategically drawn. And yeah, our final lithologic texture model, which will be a stratigraphic layered model, will not be fully published until we've had a chance to review with the AEM data and make those adjustments. However, the well logs and the lithologies that are all digitized will be available far before that for use. So we're really, really excited about having this additional source of data that it's going to provide so much great information. So we're really excited about that. So I've been talking about groundwater flow, and I know we've all seen this, right? The Salton Sea Basin is underlined by a significant amount of groundwater basins, and these groundwater basins are managed differently, and there are definitely some hiccups with, having data in some areas and not. There are 3 USGS models that are already in this area. One is in Banning. That one is from like the 80s. I've already looked at it. We're not going to use too much of it. There's one in Borrego that's relatively recent from the teens. And we have actually pulled their lithology, pulled their geophysics, and starting to, put those pieces together to, again, not create too much more work. And then there's also a model that's in development closer to the Yuma All-American Canal area. So we have, spatially, we actually have like, a little information here, a little information here, and a little information here. And that's actually what's providing a lot of our knowledge about the inflows of groundwater that are coming from outside of the basin. We've been looking at water level contour maps and creating our own, and looking at the underflow of groundwater coming from outside the basin that is entering the basin, and then generally described in the DWR basin characterization reports as generally flowing towards the lake. So quantifying this underflow it hasn't been done. And so that's something that we have started on. We know that's a big challenge when we talk about specifically a groundwater budget, because that's our input, groundwater to groundwater. So we are working on that piece. Good. And then the other piece that has been mentioned is the other major input to our groundwater system are the managed aquifer recharge facilities. And right, I have values that are from the most recent engineering report, but sort of in context, right, this is a considerable amount of water compared to other inflows that are coming into the basin, right? We have values for recharge like non-anthropogenic recharge values, and we're talking like, you know, 1/2 inch a year. So these are considerably larger values, and it's actually pretty phenomenal that these are published values. There isn't a lot of uncertainty on our side because there are values, and I was really, really happy to have these. Okay. And so I'm coming back to the conceptual piece, right? In the surface water basin, we have rivers and canals, right? We have water imports. We have precipitation. We know it's a small value. We'll still include it. Leaving the system, and I'm talking about the entire system, right? ETR is our terminal lake system. And then between the surface water system and the groundwater system, we have groundwater lake interactions, which we just heard about more specifically, but like there's a lot of unknowns in this one arrow. And this is something that we're hoping by including a full groundwater model with a integrated surface water model, that's something we can better quantify, because we also have recharge and seepage and springs and wetlands, you know, all playing a role, and they're not spatially or temporally continuous. And then the groundwater system, right, we have groundwater underflow coming in and out of the basin. We know where the groundwater divides are roughly, because some of those areas actually have a good amount of continuous water level data, which has been great. And then the last arrow that I have out is pumping, which we've been using the information we have available. And there are some newer USGS products with the water use team that uses machine learning to estimate water demands and then back out how much of that has to be imported versus groundwater, surface water, etc. So that's initially how we've started estimating pumping. And then I have my sources. There's 2 pages of them. And then any questions? Yeah.
We'll go online.
Okay, so we got a couple questions online.
Okay.
First, Jessica Humes with IID shared that IID has 7 groundwater wells around the sea and is in the process of expanding groundwater monitoring around the sea this year.
Yeah.
Jessica, did you want to add anything to your comment in the chat?
No, just that we have data out that's out there. It is publicly available, but if you don't know about it, you wouldn't know to ask.
Yeah. Thanks, Jessica. I actually spoke with you last fall and grabbed that. We had a really good discussion about the groundwater resources in IID. So thank you for saying it out loud for everyone else. And I do appreciate having that. Thank you.
We also got a question from Jeff, who's with USACE Los Angeles District, asking, is it possible to get a copy of the basin characterization report, geologic maps, and geologic cross-sections? This would be very helpful.
So the basin characterization model, the non-calibrated, non-extended version into Mexico is already available, and I have the citation for that. The locally calibrated extended into Mexico one has to go through our internal review process. We cannot give any courtesy copies of it. If you want to drop me a note, I have a running list of people I'm supposed to email immediately when these come out. So I'd be happy if you drop me a little email that just says, put me on your list to tell me immediately when this comes out, because that's in review. That one's imminent. And then there are already published cross-sections, but we cannot publish a cross-section until after our framework model has been reviewed, which will be at least another year. So the cross-sections, unfortunately, I cannot provide, but the lithologies and the digitized wells will be coming later this year. So sorry about the not being able to share the cross-sections. That can't be shared because it's considered interpretive. And then the last one was, the extended geology. The extended geology that we have will be part of the basin characterization model because we do have to extend it into Mexico. We will be releasing that data set as part of that data release, which has been, for lack of a better word, any issues at the border about continuity has already been resolved, but the citation for that map that we're going off of, as well as the cross sections in Mexico, if you go up one slide, I'll just point out which reference it is. It's this one right here. We refer to it as the INEGI ones, but there's two Government of Mexico geologic maps. And these two are freely available online. You can download them. You do have to georeference them, but those are the two geologic maps in Mexico that we're using. And we have stitched that together and resolved any issues with the Jennings 1967 California geologic map.
Thank you very much. I'll be sure and drop you an email to get on your list too. Appreciate
Definitely. Thanks.
Yeah, Chuck in the chat asked, is there going to be a basin-wide mod flow / CWAT model? And if so, is there a timeline?
Yes, there will be one. No, we do not have a timeline yet. Our project is funded in 2 stages. So the first stage, which is the one we're in right now, is sort of what I described, right? We are quantifying water budgets. We are getting all of those resources and publishing as many intermediate resources as we can, because we know that it's current, right? This is a current issue. We need this data. And one of my biggest things is I don't want to duplicate any efforts that we don't need to. So I've been in awesome communication with Sujoy and Tetra Tech, Yulin at DWR, right? Getting those wells, talking with people, trying to make sure that we have data that's available and we're trying to consolidate to the best of our abilities and get these products out. So there will be a mod flow model. It will be a mod flow 6 model to the best that we can understand right now. It hasn't been funded yet, but we have that proposal in, and we have been only verbally told that it will likely happen. So it will be a integrated model, will be in ModFlow 6, and it will use all of the pieces that I've been describing right now, just putting it into a model.
Thank you. And finally, Zoe's hand was up.
Oh, thank you. I was actually typing something now, but I can quickly share it. So the India Subbasin Sigma annual reports, which date back to 2017, have groundwater pumping, and the estimate is that the amount that's metered is about 99%. There's probably about 3,000 acre, 2 to 3,000 acre feet that is de minimis users, not. And then there's a map that shows the distribution of pumping by PLS section. And then if you want to go back even further in time, it would be in the engineer's report, but without a map. Anyway, just if that data is useful, it's publicly available. And then the second thing is we have 2 sets of nested wells that were constructed and are being monitored on a regular basis that may be useful as you're trying to look at potential Salton Sea groundwater interactions in the very, very lower East Coachella Valley.
Okay. I do not know those off the top of my head, so I will send you a note about that one. If it isn't already in our well log database, that would be really great to include. Anytime there's a nested well, the groundwater modeler and me is super, super happy. Could not ask for enough nested groundwater wells.
Okay, excellent. Just reach out.
Thanks, Zoe.
Hi, everybody. Charlie, CDFW. I'm really excited about all the groundwater work that Sujoy and you and others are looking into. As I mentioned before, I worked with a groundwater dependent ecosystem in San Felipe Creek that's experienced some considerable variability in groundwater availability. And it's supposed to be a perched water table. And the data in that area, I think it's Ocotillo Wells subbasin. I'm probably getting that wrong, but it's either 024 or 025. But anyway, it's very elderly. And I was wondering if this work is going to be of the kind of resolution that I could understand what's going to happen with that perched water table if local groundwater levels, decline basin wide. I've been struggling to understand if there's a connection with lower aquifers or, if a general lowering of the groundwater levels that I seen indications from well data will affect a perched water table because, it's designated critical habitat. So it's very important to us, but we're struggling to understand what's happening with the groundwater hydrology.
Yeah.
Will this kind of work be of the resolution that we could, answer some questions?
So where you're describing next to San Felipe Creek is a pretty sparse data area.
Yes.
Yeah, you already know this. So there are going to be additional challenges related to that. However, the AEM flight path does go through the habitat you're describing. It's going across the western part of the sea, parallel to the sea. So we will get some additional information, but I think a lot of the knowledge that you're talking about if that perched aquifer is going to be vulnerable to water level changes is something we can at least preliminarily look at once we have a 3D framework model, because that connection of water bearing zone versus confining should start to map and give us a general description of what the groundwater might be doing. So in a shorter term, we can sort of dig into that. And in terms of spatial and temporal scale of if that's going to be fine enough resolution in that area, I do not know. We will have a non-uniform grid size in our model. And one of the big areas of interest that we're looking at is around the Torres Martinez Cahuilla Indian Reservation. So there'll be a higher resolution at the northern part of the sea next to those wetlands. So we know that's going to have higher resolution. The resolution in something like San Felipe Creek area might be somewhat limited by available data. So it's hard to say whether or not on an arterial that feeds some of the wetlands or if that's going to be high enough resolution to really look at the groundwater. However, this will be a fully publicly available model, and we're trying to design it in a way such that if you're really interested in that, you'll be able to have access when the full model is done. You will be able to have access to it. You could put it through something like ModPath, and you could put individual droplets of water, and you could watch where it goes. And so you would be able to start answering some of those more specific questions. I'm worried in the version we will be publishing probably won't directly answer your question, though.
Yeah, I think I provided input to request, some of the transects, going that area and along the north end
From
of the sea, to a DWR when they made a request.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
For solicited input.
Yes.
I did want to mention, in case that you hadn't reached out to them, BLM El Centro.
Yes.
Okay, they do have monitoring wells that they sunk in the San Sebastian Marsh, which is the designated critical habitat area. Okay, great.
Yes. been to their office several times, looking through files. Same thing with the reclamation office in Yuma. We've been going to their physical offices, getting paper copies and digitizing them that aren't previously available. So those sorts of things will be included in the data release that are currently only in filing cabinets.
Yeah, this is a part of the world that everything isn't electronic yet.
It's not. One sliver more will be after us.
Progress. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we had a question from Brett Daniels asking, does your work include recharge activities upslope of Salton Sea at Dos Palmas Preserve? Brett was noting that there are several monitoring wells within the preserve that may have data which could be useful for understanding flows coming out of Salt Creek. Brett also notes that recharge in the area influences a perched water table as well as a deeper water table.
I am not familiar with the Dos Palmas Reserve. I'd have to see it. I'd have to.
Upper Salt Creek.
Yeah, oh yeah. But like, I can't picture it on a map. I've driven to most of the other places, so I can know, I can see it in my head where it is on the map and kind of the shape of it. I don't know off the top of my head that. Like, I know where Salt Creek is.
I saw that Brett raised their hand.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Brett, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Great presentation. I just wanted to add that the Dos Palmas ACEC is just the main watershed feeds Upper Salt Creek.
Yeah.
And so there's since the Coachella Canal Lining Project, there has been quite a change in that groundwater. I think they were receiving something along the lines of 25,000 acre feet a year from seepage. Following the lining, that number dropped significantly, and of course there was mitigation involved. And so there's approximately 4,250 acre feet a year that's the target level to recharge every year. So yeah, I thought it might be, I didn't know if you were aware of it, so I thought maybe that data might be helpful because as you mentioned, you didn't seem like you were aware of it, so I wanted to toss it out there for you. And
thanks.
No, Richard Schatz is the lead hydrologist for the project. He's working with San Diego County Water Authority. So unfortunately, I can't remember the name of the firm right off the top of my head, but I can get your contact info and maybe send you over some emails or something.
Yeah, thanks, Brett.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions for Elizabeth? Okay, well, I know we all appreciate your research, your time, and the spirit of sharing this information when it's available so that we're not reinventing the wheel, duplicating efforts.
Thanks.
Thanks so much, Elizabeth. Thank you. So we're going to do a slight schedule change here because we are running a little bit late and it is time for lunch. We're going to go ahead and break now for an hour for everybody to go where they need to get some lunch. And actually, our next presentation is going to be from Sujoy, actually, when we get back, because Isaac is going to be able to add his presentation to John's at the very end. So Isaac's agreed to go later, and when we come back, it'll be, aren't you next? I'm sorry, after Isaac, yeah. You'll be next now, okay? Okay, so online folks, we'll see you in about an hour. Thanks for coming up with that strategy. Yeah. day in the wrap-up, we'll kind of just revisit some sort of fundamental questions from our engineering team. But first, we're going to have a couple of presentations related to groundwater modeling. And the first one will be from Sujoy Roy, who is with us here in person from Tetra Tech. And without further ado, Sujoy, it's your turn to shine. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. Lee, I can be heard on the. Yeah. Is my closer to. Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Before I get started, so I'll be talking about some groundwater modeling we've done, and which is intended to support the Salton Sea Management Program projects. As I get started, I'd like to introduce my colleague. Should be on the phone or on the Zoom line. Yonwen Lin.
Hi.
Hi, Yonwen. Do you
Hi,
want to give
everybody.
a quick intro to how we're addressing the groundwater modeling questions in the program?
Yeah.
And I'll
Okay. Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Yuan Lin. I work with DWR, Salton Sea Management Program, and we have Tetra Tech leading the effort of developing this groundwater modeling, because we know the groundwater modeling is very important for our Salton Sea Management Program. First, we need to know the recharge-discharge relationship between the groundwater, aquifer, and the sea, and also the groundwater and the stream, so that we can address those uncertainty in the hydrologic system. So with this groundwater model, we also will be able to evaluate some of our groundwater use around the Salton Sea to make sure it's a sustainable use, so we don't impact any ecosystem, and we don't deplete the groundwater aquifer. And for this model, there's one thing very important is that we extend the groundwater, the modeling area to cover the synthetic fan drainage area, as mentioned by Charlie this morning. The synthetic creek has some, we experienced some depletion of the river, and we want to address the possible effect from the groundwater to the synthetic creek. So we also extend this model to the north, cover the upper Coachella Valley. So because there's a, in the boundary, there are significant groundwater flow go into the Salton Sea watershed. So this groundwater model is important to the DWR. So we will let the Sujoy start the presentation. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Yonwen. Thanks for the introduction. Okay, next slide, please. So we heard about another major effort that the USGS is embarking upon, but this modeling effort was built on 3 other regional efforts which were not mentioned in Elizabeth's presentation because of the time period. So Andy Thompson was at Lawrence Livermore National Lab. That was modeling done on behalf of the Bureau of Reclamation about 16 years ago now. Argonne National Lab did this work for, updated this work for the Bureau of Land Management in 2013, somewhat more smaller domain, and this was relating to some renewable energy projects. Then, of course, in the north, we have the Coachella Valley Water District, and you heard aspects of that from the presentation, Zoe's presentation yesterday, and that's an active model. But these two are somewhat inactive at this time. So our goal was to develop a new model. We used the ModFlow USG framework, And like Yonman said, we wanted to span the entire region around the sea. And the reason for doing so is this is where the SSMP projects are going to be. And you'll see in the maps, some of these other models were not complete. So spatially, we wanted to be more representative of our need. And so there's a couple of different goals here. One is the regional question. What's the inflow and outflow from the sea? And the secondary goal is to support modeling of individual projects. We heard Charlie talk about an area, and that's not a project per se, but that's a question. but the model can be refined, and that's the point of the unstructured grid. The model can be refined in certain areas to answer questions or take a more detailed view for specific projects. And so the model parameterization was based on some of these previous studies and also calibration using all public information that we had, well log information from CASGEM and USGS. And so this may be older than the data that Elizabeth's working on, but we can make all of this available to the UC Riverside folks if they want to look at it. Next slide. So here are the two domains. The yellow line is the Thompson et al. Model. The blue line, the blue boundary is the Argonne work. And you can see they were both focused on the southern part of the basin, both extended into Mexico, but neither of them covered the Coachella Valley nor the eastern and western sides of the Salton Sea. Next slide. And this, for context, this is something that's from the CVWD reports. This is the model that they work on. So theirs extends quite a bit further north, beginning at the sort of the northern part of the sea. And this model is being used by CVWD, but it's not a public model. It's used for by CVWD for their groundwater management, but we didn't have access to it. So we used parts of the information relating to this model, parts of the model, other two models that I just showed on the last slide to come up with an integrated layout. Next slide. So this is the domain of our model. So most importantly, we wanted to cover all of the perimeter of the sea, because the projects that we're looking at could fall anywhere on the perimeter of the sea. And it's a numerical model. I won't get too much into the weeds of the model right now, but it's a mod flow unstructured grid model, and we used a couple of different tools to do some of the visualization that I might show you today. Next slide. So big picture, there's kind of three general layers. There's the lower aquifer, a confined layer, a middle aquifer, an upper aquifer. And this is, may not hold true every cross section, but some of the bigger drivers. The focus of our modeling was the upper 2,000 feet. So the top boundary is the ground surface or the lake bed, as the case may be, and the bottom boundary is the 2,000 feet below. So there is obviously material aquifers below 2,000 feet, but those are not of interest for this analysis. And some of that's being looked at in other analysis, for geothermal work, etc. Next slide. So just a couple of cross sections for context. So this lower one is BB, the upper one is AA. The sea is somewhere in the middle here, and there are these mountains on both sides. I think this is something we've been looking at several different formats today. There's seven layers in this model, 7 vertical layers, And some of this is inherited from the older versions of the system models that I talked about. Next slide. Elizabeth talked about boundaries, and we made some conscious decisions on where those boundaries would be. This is the northern boundary. It does not go all the way into the India basin, because that's not our interest. We do not want to replicate what CVWD is already doing. Made more sense for us to just cut it off at a point where almost all of our projects would be below that. And likewise, we have these boundaries in the west and the south. And we can estimate the flows through these locations, and some of these heads were defined from previous work, including in the north. But anyway, I think the decisions are important because again, our real focus is on projects that might happen as close to the sea as you can think. So we had well data, water level data from wells. We had well data that was used for the calibration of the aquifer properties also, but this is for the water levels. We did find there were more wells more distant from the sea. So the sea is here, if you can see it, it's faint lines. But we wanted to get a reasonable distribution across the entire footprint in the US part of the model. We did not want to emphasize the wells in the south, because that's not where our projects would be. And you can see this, this is a steady state model, but we're integrating data from some different years for our calibration. But there were a few that were only available that were really old. But by and large, we were focusing on wells that were newer and closer to the sea. Next slide. So I wanted this to be brief. So we used a PEST algorithm for calibration. We had a cloud-based system to do the, it's fairly computationally intensive for a model of this size. But these are some of the key results from the water level calibration. So observed on the x-axis and simulated on the y-axis. And you can see some of these statistics. We're happy to provide more details on the calibration itself. Next slide. So this is a big picture of the results. The colors may not show up too vividly on your screens, but the light color, that's sort of the minus 230-foot level. That's the sea level. The darker blues are higher elevation, higher groundwater elevation. So it's higher on the further away from the sea, and it's sort of that's the conceptual model. The sea is the low point, and you can see that on this plot. So these are the grid cells, the vertical layers, and this is somewhat vertically exaggerated. The arrows indicate the groundwater flows, and this is that one cross section, the middle of the sea. So you have elevations here. So 0 is sea level, so a little bit above sea level, some distance from the sea, but then going below sea level at the middle of the sea. And you can see in the context of the larger aquifer, even with the vertical exaggeration, the Salton Sea is like a pancake. It's like this thin, flat body of water that's sitting on this fairly deep aquifer. But this was important for us to understand independently. What's the interaction from the groundwater perspective, what's the interaction with the sea? And I think we show fairly clearly that this is it's a sink. The water is flowing toward the sea, and then over time, obviously, the evaporative loss from the sea is the big major loss term in the basin. Next slide.
What's the difference in the red and the blue?
Yeah, I think it's mostly the direction of the arrows. It was intended to be the upward flowing arrows are blue. The downward flowing arrows are red. So it's kind of the, but it's sensitive to the slope. So even when the slope looks kind of very flat, it colors it red or blue. But it's basically the direction of the flow. Upward blue, downward red. So so we can use that model framework to calculate some of these flow terms, and this is the water budget from the context of the aquifer, right? So you're used to thinking of the water budget in the context of the sea, but this is how the this is the interaction between the aquifer and the either the boundaries or the surface features. So we have an exchange with the outside zones. So that's this blue line, constant head boundaries, both in the south here and the north. We have exchange here from the west. And then in the Salton Sea, along the edge of the Salton Sea, we've got 5 components. So it's this portion in the south, and a portion on the west, and a portion in the east, a portion in the north. This is the contribution. This is the model contribution of groundwater to the sea from each of these sections, or the grid cells that follow those lines. And in addition to that, there's an upflow on the bottom that's at 10,700. So it adds up. The flows to the sea add up to about 23,000 acre-feet from groundwater to the sea. And that was an important question. It was two important things that we wanted to get at. One, what's the magnitude of that when you look at it independently from the groundwater perspective, and of course, what's the direction of it? Also, are there places that we're losing water, and lastly, I think we wanted to understand how are things changing as the elevation of the sea is going down, because the expectation is that the lower the sea, the more groundwater flow there would be, and so maybe there's some consistency that our estimate now is higher than it used to be in those early studies back several decades ago. But when we were doing this, we were not constraining the flow to the sea by salinity or anything, any kind of mass balance on the sea. This is entirely a groundwater focused calculation. So next slide. And so here's a summary of some of those numbers. Inflow and outflow, by the way, refer to the aquifer. So the aquifer, that's the leakage from the aquifer to the rivers. That's the leakage. And the constant head boundary has both inflow and outflow, depending on the cells. There's the loss of shallow groundwater to the drains, the IID drains. So this is consistent. Again, this is an independent measurement, but this is consistent with the concept of shallow groundwater flowing into the drains and then into the Salton Sea. The Salton Sea was defined as a general head boundary. It could both lose water or gain water, and that's that number, the 23,500 that I mentioned, which in the map we broke it up by different components. this loss from pumping in wells that we have estimates for. And then there's the recharge. This recharge to the aquifer is largely, in the US, it's largely driven by either, in the zone of our model, it's largely driven by the irrigation, IID's irrigation. I think this is my last slide. But this was our, this is the goal of our modeling for this stage. The next stage is to use the regional model as a starting point for more grid refinement for individual projects. So those could be projects in the north, which are on our radar right now. There could be projects in the south. Anytime there's a significant water interaction, we would probably want to look at it with the with a refined grid on the regional model. So I think that's my last slide. Happy to take questions if any.
Any questions? Great.
Sorry about it. Joy, thank you so much. I just want to be clear on one point. The general head boundary in the outflow, is that what goes into the Salton Sea directly from the groundwater table?
Correct.
Okay. The second question is, does the fault lines on the east side of the sea affect inflow in some way?
Yeah, so I think, and I didn't show maps of the aquifer properties. So that's reflected in the properties that are used for the model setup as much as possible. And I think that, so those hydraulic conductivity maps are affected by those fault lines. So we do have that in the model. And I know that there's probably newer information on that. If there's, those parameters can be updated if we get more, more log information or more some of the USGS information. That may be a future phase.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Sujoy. This is Dan from Audubon. I'm just trying to understand this figure. So the constant head boundary is 12,400 something thousand acre feet a year going into the Salton Sea.
So can we scroll back? Yeah, this is a good one. So these are the three constant head boundaries.
Okay.
The blue ones. This inside, this light blue, that's the general head boundary.
Okay.
So it could be both ways depending on the elevation.
Okay.
And so the numbers that you were seeing were for the constant head boundary and then for the general head boundary. These numbers add up to 23,000. These 24, 3,000 upflow, and those.
Yeah, so that's the 23,000 going into the sea. And then can you go back to the table? And so there's the loss to the shallow groundwater to IE drains, that 95.
Mm-hmm.
That's not water being used for irrigation. That's water that's draining, right?
Yeah, so that's the shallow groundwater that's entering the drains, and those drains discharge to the the sea.
So whatever's it either goes into the sea or whatever's lost to evapotranspiration in the
it goes to the sea, and then the sea, it has its own.
Right.
It has its own balance. So what happens in the sea is not part of the groundwater calculation.
Yeah. Okay. So you know that the general head boundary is going into the Salton Sea, and then some portion of that 95 is bound for the Salton Sea.
Right. Well, what's bound for the Salton Sea, there's other ways of measuring the surface water flows, right? We have those, that's a different perspective. Then you have the gauges that are flowing into the sea. And what this is saying is there is a shallow groundwater interaction, but that's upstream of the gauges that we're measuring it at.
So the contribution of groundwater through those drains would be accounted for in like a surface model, a surface water.
Right. I mean, a surface model would do that. Any kind of measurement of the surface inflows to the sea would be capturing that inflow.
Okay.
And then I was going to say one thing. Yeah. I forgot I was going to say something else, but yeah. The surface flows are more easily measurable where they're flowing into the sea, and they are much larger, right? So that the total surface flow into the sea is like 1 million acre-feet.
Yeah.
So the groundwater is a small part. Because what I was going to say is that this is groundwater that's going to the IRD drains, but importantly, this is really irrigation water that's making its way, like we were described yesterday by Larry explained it, right? This is basically irrigation water. So it's basically surface water that's going, several feet below the ground surface, and then traveling into the surface conveyance. So it's not deep groundwater, but it's
That makes sense. Thank you.
This is Gary Brown. I was just wondering, I missed, you talked about at the beginning that you modeled this as a superficial unconfined aquifer and then a deep confined aquifer. I'm not clear how the confined aquifer factors into this or how into these results.
Well, the surface, the deeper aquifers there in the system, this is a subset of numbers from the model just as it interacts with the Salton Sea on the surface. So we could look at, we could investigate what the interaction of the confined aquifer is with other points in the system.
Maybe does the confined aquifer intersect with the sea at any point, or is it too deep?
It's too deep.
Okay.
Yeah. If it does, it does so, in some localized way, maybe not, and not looking at the model in detail just now, I can tell you, but this is primarily the unconfined shallow aquifer that's interacting with the sea. Go ahead.
Thank you. It's nice to see a groundwater flow model for the area. So my question is about you mentioned it's a steady state model. Or did I miss it? Or is it a transient model? The water budget that you are representing, what does it represent? Is it?
It's an annual steady state calculation.
Okay.
And I don't think
which year? Like, what's your?
It's calibrated to data. Mostly, some of the data are older, but mostly it's calibrated data on 2019.
Okay. Okay.
So, and I don't think we had enough data to do a fully transient model at this time. And for what we were trying to capture, we wanted relatively recent conditions. And so that's, that was the objective.
So because the exchange with the lake, I mean, that's good. Models, we say there would be more seepage. You are saying there is more flux from groundwater to the sea. But also when you are starting with general head boundary condition, the starting condition that you are considering for the lake could basically impact the gradients. Could you a little bit explain
what it could? Yeah. So that elevation is set at the elevation of the lake in 2019. So the water elevation drives that. If that elevation were lower or higher, I think it would change that number.
Okay, and final question: are you planning to then update it, make it transient, or no?
We could, based on data availability, probably make this available as it is. I think, like I mentioned. Spatial refinement is another thing we are looking to do where there are projects. being conceived. And then, yeah, more could be done. It just, like you said, I mean, what questions would be used to answer with it? And I think the question we wanted to answer with this was, can we quantify independently the groundwater role in the sea? Yeah, so I don't know what the transient questions would be, but if there were important questions, certainly, and if there were enough data to help with the calibration, we would certainly work.
Yeah, but I mean, the importance of transient condition would be because, we see the lake level, of course, the seasonality is changing, and of course, the declining trend. So these fluxes most likely will change. But again, I acknowledge, I mean, it's a lot of work to compile the data and.
Yeah, and I think the like I said, when we were having a Q&A in the morning, that the working assumption for a long time has been that the groundwater contribution is not very big. And I think we show this independently that it's not very big. It's maybe bigger than what people thought, but it's still a small number relative to the dynamics of the surface flow. But yeah, if someone wanted to get a even better handle on the number, how it would change and the lake drops another 5 or 10 feet, those things could be done, or they could be even done in a steady state at the future elevation.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Dr. Ahami. This is Yuan Wenlin. Thank you for your question. And yes, it's important to have a transient model, and we are planning to do that in our regional model, just like Sujoy described. And I'd like to share with you, actually, based on the IID's data they provide to us, there's significant seasonal fluctuation. So actually, in a year, there are certain season is recharged to the Salton Sea. Certain season is below sea level, so means it's discharged from the sea into the aquifer. So that type of seasonal change in a transient model, we can somehow address that. But for our first stage of model is to find out the long-term trend. We know the lake is declining, and based on that, what is the role of groundwater and the associated surface water? How to make a balance, make a model that can match the sea level elevation data in long term.
Yeah, thank you so much for the clarification. I really appreciate the effort because I know how challenging it is to develop these models. I should mention that our estimates of 5% seepage loss is also integrated over like about 30 years. So maybe you'll also be looking at different years. You would see these variabilities, some years gaining, some year loss. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I have another one just for me, actually, Sujoy, before you leave. And that is, so, you said that the 2019 is the sort of the year used, I guess, for.
It's a target year for our calibration, yeah.
For your calibration, okay, for your calibration. So I guess when I was curious then, like, I was wondering then if it reflected, kind of getting to Hori's comment just a little bit about, other years kind of thing. So, I mean, would we consider this a snapshot of that year, or do we say like this is because it's groundwater, it's reflective of many, many, many years of water storage and what just dynamics underground kind of thing, so that that we think it's representative. We know we think it's accurate for 2019, but I guess I'm trying to say is like how much might it vary over time, year to year or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, if that were your only question, it could vary, and I think someone may want to look at it further, but we were also trying to put it in the context of other flows to the sea. And in the context of other flows to the sea, even if this number doubled, it would still be a pretty small player. So that's how I might treat it as but which is not to say that there are not dynamics in this quantity. Of course there are.
And I'm not trying to speak for our engineers either on this, but I can imagine that that sort of response might be how we have to handle it. You know, at a certain point, you know, you can't wait for necessarily for, you know, all these models to be developed or, you know, data collection for years in order to answer. So we might have to sort of couch our estimate as well as, you know, yes, it could vary, but look, it's 5% of overall inflows to the sea or something like that, or not inflows, but contributions to the water budget.
Agreed. And this is new and ongoing work at our end as well. And I think we could do more to convey that range of variability that, you know, your engineers may need to appreciate, you know, see if how much do we need to get this to the second or third decimal.
Thank you. Thanks. Thanks, Roy. Next, we're going to hear from one of our Corps of Engineers, scientists and researchers, Steve Turnbull, to speak on the Geisha model? We'll find out. I think Isaac says Geisha, but we'll see what he says.
You hear me?
Yeah. I was kind of wondering about this.
Does it work now? It does work now. Stay away from that thing there. So, yeah, so we're just going to take about 15 minutes in advance of the next slide, talk about what the Corps is planning to do for the surface water ground interactions mostly related to the constructed wetlands. So I'm presenting this, Steve Turnbull, Geoscience Support Services, but then Chuck Downer is going to be leading it. He's at Arctic Coastal Lab, same lab that Gary Brown works at, and Chuck's on the line on the phone. So next slide, please. Oh, thanks. So, so we just have this little slide on why evaluate groundwater. And there's a bunch of papers that talk about for terminal lakes like the whole Salton Sea, and there's lots of terminal lakes in California. They tend to erode by wind down to the top of the capillary fringe, which can be as much as, in ideal conditions, 9 feet or 3 meters above the groundwater table. So if you can raise up the groundwater, it gets this capillary fringe higher, then roughly as much as 9 feet above that, there's moisture in the soil particles that will hold the soil in place and prevent it from becoming airborne, which is one of the goals overall of this project. So one of the ways to potentially get at reducing the load of airborne dust is to get the groundwater up. And the other thing that can happen, this is a picture taken at Cadiz Dry Lake in like 1991 or so, is that the salt crust can also form from the evaporating water from the capillary fringe, and that can also can help lock the soils in place to prevent them from being airborne and being blown in air and becoming airborne dust. So for mitigations we're interested in, some of the mitigations are to do it constructed wetlands. So how can the constructed wetlands be located adjacent to the Salton Sea to potentially reduce the load of airborne dust from these two natural processes that are occurring? So the discussion is that we're just spending a few minutes to say, so how are we at the Corps going to figure out what these benefits might be from the constructed wetlands? So next slide, please. So we plan on using our Geisha model. It is a two-dimensional finite difference model. Basically, this is an example. This is the exact number of mitigations to be tested in the Corps process hasn't been determined. I just asked John that yesterday. But one of the example, this is a figure out of the state's 10-year plan, and it's the idea of this perimeter lake. You know, that you basically create this ditch around between the existing Salton Sea, and on the outside of it, and then fill it with water, irrigation return flow water, and construct the wetlands in this area. And this is just one of the mitigations. And so if you do this, if you decide on doing this, this kind of a design can raise the groundwater up in the margins around the lake. So how do we get at that? So we would basically use the geisha model it's a coupled 2D single layer groundwater model that it's a surface water model and a groundwater model linked together. We would basically run the geisha model and the ADH model, which Gary's working on, separately, and then have exchanges between the two of those. And we haven't quite figured out exactly how we're going to do the exchanges, but we'd have this model grid outside of where the constructed wetlands would be. The lake would be, we're thinking initially the lake would be the same in the ADH model as in the geisha model, so it'd be easy to transfer the flows or discharges from groundwater into the lake. And then look at different different alternatives. Because if, for instance, this preliminary lake model, this could, I mean, it is fine grained soil, so there'd be some reduction. There'd be some, it wouldn't like leak like in gravels, but it would leak some. And as it raises the groundwater, especially in this margin between the perimeter lake and the lake itself, you'd raise the groundwater up and you could potentially reduce the amount of dust from the playa. So next slide, I think that's it. We just had those, I can show the previous slide. So that's the idea, is we're to basically have this gridded model that'll include the wetlands, whatever wetlands, constructed wetlands are planned, whether they're bermed, whether they're in the ground, whatever the plan would be, add them, figure out what the groundwater changes would be, and come up with, and then try to get how much dust reduction could potentially occur from raising the groundwater. And it sounds like, especially as in Athena yesterday, there seems to be more work on exactly what is the origin of the dust, where is it coming from. I think we have to get all the information and all the studies on that to figure out how exactly we would figure out how to quantify that. But this is the model we would use to kind of quantify the benefits of raising the groundwater and associated with these constructed wetlands. So, yeah, sure. Questions are good.
For those online, this is Yvonne speaking. Thank you for your presentation. A couple of places that you can look for additional information that may be helpful if you haven't gone there already is through the Imperial Irrigation District's proactive dust control effort. There's some work that was led by Formation, their consultant, that may be useful for this model. We may have some with the Salton Sea Management Program. My question specifically regarding your presentation is, does this take into account the characteristics of the soil?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we would want to get as much soils information as is available so we can get at what the permeability of those soils are, because that will be key. I mean, they may leak a lot less than we think they might, and provide less water to the groundwater below and raise the groundwater less than that. So the soil permeability is really a key component.
You also mentioned the salt crust. So something that our program's considering, and I don't know if you would need it in this model, is you mentioned Tina's presentation yesterday and how on the western side in particular, upslope by Enzabrego, there's dust blowing into the Salton Sea region. So one of the things we're concerned about is being able to protect the salt crust, because as time goes by and the abrasion from the wind blowing in more particles can wear down that crust, and ultimately it could become emissive. So that's something, when we're designing projects, we factor that into our process as well. So I don't know if that would be applicable here, but I wanted to bring it up because I don't know if that's just unique to the Salton Sea or not.
Yeah, I think we have to figure out how exactly we incorporate the salt crust formation. We need to still work that out.
Any other questions for Steve? Yes, okay.
Thank you very much for the presentation. So I'm just wondering, in terms of the domain that you are planning to do the modeling, is it just the area near the sea that the coupled model will be, or is
It would be
taking-
it would be where the mitigations are planned, wherever the mitigations are planned to be placed.
Okay.
Because really the only reason to do this geisha modeling is for the constructed wetlands.
Right.
For the like presenting SOJOIs or any of the groundwater models the USGS is doing. I mean, that would provide information for the groundwater related to all these areas. This is more just for where the constructed wetlands would be, because that's part of the mitigations.
Right.
And the thinking is, well, one of the things is, where could the Corps place these wetlands to get the most ecosystem restoration, the biggest reduction of dust? How do we line these up? Where do we stick them? How do we design them? And if you look at there's a bunch of different constructed wetland design proposals. This is just one I gave as an example, because the perimeter lake is an easy one to sort of get a handle on. And so,
Right. No, the challenge I'm worried is the boundary conditions for the flow models for.
well, we would run the grid far enough out to where there isn't any more impact.
Okay. Thank you.
Question from Charlie.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. It's great. Let's presume that there's perhaps a realistic scenario where there's not enough water for a perimeter lake per se. So you're basically doming the groundwater table locally associated with a wetland. Is that the concept? So I guess the question is how far out would an effect actually be from, a given wetland?
So you're saying, so there may not be enough water for all these say so maybe the final plan is just to construct some piece of this.
Yeah, let's just say it's a possibility.
So your question is, how long would it take the groundwater to rise up?
Well, I'm thinking what kind of area of influence would there be around?
That's what the modeling would be doing to try to figure out.
Based on what soil type, et cetera.
Yeah, based on the soil type, based on the amount of water available, based on the amount of leakage, based on the amount of evaporation, how much rise in the groundwater, how far out would it go? And, this is just a hypothetical grid. It may need to go further than that, but it was just as an example.
Okay, thank you.
So.
And Steve, in your very first slide, when you talked about like the effects of the soil
Can go back one slide.
Yeah, the ability of the wind to pick up the soil could affect up to 9 feet below the surface where that capillary action is. Is that often? I mean, it's like one of the factors that influences that range, the soil type.
Yes, very much so. Okay. Soil scientists like to tell me that 3 meters is kind of the max of rise of the capillary fringe. It would usually be less than that, but it can be up to 9 feet.
Right. Okay.
So that would be a very fine grained soil, very homogeneous, which is a lot of fine grained soils out there.
Right.
So it would have some rise, and that's what you see here. That's what this crust forms as a result of water evaporating off the top of the capillary fringe.
Right.
So it's basically taking off the soil surface. The solids are left behind.
So there's going to be lots of factors that will influence the best placement of these constructed wetlands. But one could be the soil type to some extent. I mean, you care about lots of things. Do we have, available water inflows, all that kind of stuff. But the soil type could be important because of its ability to sort of increase the impact of placing that water there. You can really get a lot more
the soil type
area
would be
that's got the salt crust, et cetera. Okay, great.
Any other questions?
Yeah, any others? Oh, yes, we do. Emily from our team here.
Thank you. Is the soil type that has the salt crust development on it the same soils which would have the preferred capillary action? Like, are they one and the same, or are they likely different? Do we know? Are they occurring in the same?
I think the salt crust is occurs fairly commonly in a lot of different soils. A lot of different soil types. You just have to get the groundwater level high enough to get within some distance up top of get the capillary fringe up to the surface. And then both of these processes will help reduce when the wind comes, the crust holds the soil as well as the little bit of water and the soil particles that's in the capillary fringe will hold the soil in place. And that's where, if you look at the papers, these terminal lakes erode essentially. There's lots of load. It's basically reducing the dust load by raising the groundwater. Does that answer your question? And that's something we have to figure out is where exactly will the salt crust form? Because that's important.
Any other questions? Very good. Thank you very much, Steve. That was great.
Thank you.
So our next presentation, we're going to tackle a totally different topic, climate. And Isaac Mudge of our H&H team is going to talk about sort of the Corps' procedures for evaluating climate change and how we bring that into our evaluation of our projects.
Yes. Excuse me. So I just have a quick introductory slide to describe the guidance that we follow on the H&H side for incorporating future climate variables. Yeah, so here is a summary slide describing two pieces of guidance that we use to guide what we do for incorporating climate variables. And the guidance is listed on the bottom there. That's an engineering construction bulletin and an engineering circular. Those are just the forms that the guidance comes to us in. Basically, they are saying which projections that we have enough certainty in that we can incorporate them in a quantifiable way into our models to make planning decisions, and which variables that we do not have that much certainty in. So the climate analysis for H&H, which is hydraulics and hydrology, that's the engineering discipline that typically conducts the climate analysis. That's put into an engineering appendix. A tier 1 level of analysis states that no hydrologic or meteorologic projections apart from sea level rise should be considered quantitative. They should be considered qualitatively, and adaptation plans can come from that. But in that tier 1 assessment, only sea level rise can be a quantitative change in our modeling outputs. A tier 2 level of analysis, which is described in the EC 1100-1-113, that states that this level of analysis is detailed enough that we can incorporate those climatic variables in our model projections, and those can be carried forward to compute benefits and costs. This requires a greater level of oversight. And in this last bullet, you'll see that the state of California and their long-range plan have done what amounts to a tier 2 analysis in our eyes. So our plan is to compare what the state has done to some of the projection tools that the Corps provides for the H&H teams, and try to adopt as much as what they've done as possible in terms of projecting the effect of temperature on future evaporation and evapotranspiration, projecting stream flow trends for the purpose of estimating Colorado River allocations to the area. Our plan is to try and adopt what the state did in the long range plan at this time. So that's the background information, and now I am passing it over to, I believe, Sujoy to describe how that was done for the long range plan.
Um, I was just trying to check on the line. Is Romain mainly on?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Just,
I'll just say a couple of words and I'll hand it to you, Romain. Just like Isaac spoke to the core process, DWR has a legal requirement to look at climate change for all of its planning processes, and our work sort of followed that, and Romain leads that climate action planning for DWR. So let us introduce the concept, and then I'll pick it back up.
Yeah, thank
Go
you,
for it.
Sujay. And I'm glad to participate in this workshop. I actually attending 2 workshops at the same time, so I piggyback between the 2. So I'm Roman Mendley. I'm the Climate Action Coordinator for our Integrated Watershed Management Program with the Executive Division of the department. And the department has a climate action plan, which is has 3 phases. The first one is our greenhouse gas emission mitigation phase. The second one is our climate change analysis, using the best available science and develop consistency throughout our efforts. And then the last one is our internal adaptation, vulnerability and adaptation plan. So I'm responsible for our climate action plan phase 2. And I'm glad that the staff who presented the core guidance share the different regulation at the core. Actually, I have a question for them, but I will hold it. But their process is very similar to our internal process in regard to CAP 2, our climate action plan phase 2. It's a two-step process. The first step is the determination of the need of a climate change analysis or not. And Sojoy and the team at the DWR came and provided these documents. And obviously, because of the geolocation of this project and the relationship with the state of California, you know, a climate change analysis needs to take place. The second part of the phase 2 is identify what type of climate change analysis we should perform. There is 8 analytical consideration under our climate action plan phase 2 in regards to available data, geolocation, regulations, local and federal interests, and so on, to try to make a determination of what is there, what can we use. Sometimes we don't want to reinvent the wheel if something has been done, but sometimes, you know, something else needs to be developed. And so Sojoy, again, you know, like went through these 8 analytical consideration. We had multiple meetings, and we started to frame a potential approach specific to this project. The department ourselves, we have developed climate change analysis since 2006, so it's not our first, you know, test at doing it. In general, in the climate change world, there is 2 approaches. There is a top-down approach, which is using the general circulation model, select a few or run them all through our system model, and then you have a conditional information about the future conditions, which is great because you always want to use the best information available. But the challenge with that is that every 5 years, you know, there is new data, and so you may have more questions, or you may have selected one scenario and not depict the whole uncertainty associated with future conditions. The approach that we are moving forward as a department is more a stress test analysis. We have in California the most variable climate of all the United States. We have experienced drought and flood, and just looking at the paleolithic information, we can have a good sense of this inter-annual variability. So that's just the natural noise of our climate. And then the second aspect is really the climate change signal. And the signals can be detected with a change in temperature, change in precipitation, and change extreme. And so we have developed tools in order to like stress test system to see at what point the system start to fail. And then we're able to like combine this stress test analysis with the general circulation models. And I think Sojoy is going to talk about the range of uncertainty. And so by combining the two, we can provide risk-informed information about the system vulnerability and take action based on these vulnerabilities. So just want to pipe in just a few minutes, and I'm happy to like share maybe in future meetings on some of the approach that the department is using. Just want to add one more thing in regard to Stillwater project delivery. I believe hopefully tomorrow we are going to release our Stillwater project delivery capability report, who is projecting Stillwater project deliveries in the next 20 years using the specific approach I described right now. And so hopefully we can share the link with the folks who contribute and participate to this workshop. All right, thank you very much, Sergey, you need some time to talk about it.
Okay, thank you, Roman. So like Roman said, I mean, our plan went through the DWR process, and in the time I have today, I'll speak to some of the information that's in the long-range plan already. So this is not new information, although we just had a final revised set posted earlier this year. But the hydrology elements, those have been there in the public domain since late 2022, and so. Next slide. Well, actually, just the previous one. So I don't know if folks on the core team have looked at the hydrology appendix of the long-range plan, because it's buried. It's one among many appendices. But the charge that we had was, if you have these different concepts for restoration of the sea, what amount of water will you be working with? And so that drives the ability to perform certain or create certain restoration options. If there's not enough water, you can't do everything. So the goal of that hydrology appendix was to come up with different scenarios of future hydrology. And that's partly driven by climate, but it's driven by other things as well. It's not only climate. So that information is there. I want to mention that the climate affects the Salton Sea hydrology in two primary ways. One, maybe obvious, is what's happening in the Colorado River Basin. So that changes long-term water availability there. It will change water deliveries to the Salton Sea. Locally, also it affects through increased evapotranspiration. I know people talk about precipitation, and that may also be a driver, but that's more uncertain. But with warming temperatures and the effect of evapotranspiration, that's a more, I think that's a more, wouldn't want to use the word certain, but it's quite clear that that would happen. So all things being equal, the irrigated lands will use more water through evapotranspiration. And of course, there will be other drivers like, extreme hydrologic conditions that could be a part of future design. And this last item, I may come back to it, it's not strictly climate change, but when you're looking at future hydrology, you cannot leave out some of those human decisions. Lithium extraction being one of them. We've heard about that yesterday. And then the other thing we didn't hear about yet is changes in flows from Mexico to the Salton Sea. Mexico through the New River is about 50, 60,000 acre feet of flow. But the expectation is that as there's more recycling water in Mexico, those flows might decline. So many of these things go in, and it's impossible to just only limit yourself to climate. And so when you look at our future hydrology, remember that, and I'll try to point that out too. Most of this talk, by the way, will be focused on climate because that's what Isaac asked me to do. Okay, next slide. So these lines are a little hard to read on the screen, at least for me. This is the Colorado River Basin. This blue is the Lee's Ferry gauge. It's a crucial gauge for water management in the Colorado Basin. And what happens to the flow there determines a lot of things about water availability. So this is and I'll read this because I couldn't read it from the other side. So it's faint. This starts in 1910. It's a 10-year rolling average, 1910 to 2020, all of these axes. So if you can see this black line, that's a decline trend. That's the natural flow at Lee's Ferry. So that's not the managed flow with reservoirs and regulation. It's the natural flow. It's a natural calculated flow. It's declining. This line is the temperature trend, also a fairly clear trend of an increase. Right? Sometimes you don't need statistics. And then this last line is precipitation, which is variable. No obvious up or down trend. But you can see that just because of this temperature increase, even with a mix of precipitation, you're seeing this decrease in the Lee's Ferry flow, and that's history. So it's hard to avoid not considering that as a factor if you're thinking of a plan that goes to 2060 or 2070, whatever future, which is what we did, and which is what you're charged with as well. Next slide. Another couple of facts, right? This is not even modeling. This is historical. This is real data. So on the right side here is the annual precipitation change from a baseline of 1896 to 1925, and the annual natural flow. So this is expected as the precipitation increases, or as you have higher values of precipitation, you have higher natural flow. What's maybe less obvious to people is there is a negative effect of temperature. It's a weaker effect, but it's there. So as you get more temperatures, you have less natural flow, other things being equal. Next slide. So we're still talking history. We're not talking future climate. This is a paleo reconstruction of the hydrology, natural flow from the upper basin. The upper basin is 90% of the flow in the Colorado Basin, so that dominates it. So this black line, you can see it, starts in the 1920s. It's 10-year average, 10-year moving average, similar to the plot a couple of slides back. So there are big swings. And right now, in this last period, post-2000, we heard this yesterday, we're in a drought phase. But the history, going back 1,000 years, is that there are often these periods of significant departures from the mean, both above and then below. And so that's another given for the system, again, to be considered in any future analysis. Well, we can come back to this later on. Next slide. So now I'll be talking about future climate and hydrology. Now we're in the realm of models and calculations. Everything else was much more black and white, one might say. Okay. This is getting a little bit in the weeds, but I think it's important for folks that are going to be doing this, and so that's what I'm doing, getting in the weeds on a late afternoon of a two-day workshop. So this first set of plots are what's called the CMIP3 projections. These are three three cycles of projections, climate model projections that have been made available. They're used in many different analyses, and they represent many different models, different scenarios, and some of that's in the legend. But the takeaway, and the black points are observations. So the takeaway is that, so in the upper basin, this first set of plots is temperature. You can see the observed temperature going up. We mentioned that. But you see these two lines. These are different projections, two different emission projections. Maybe that distinction is not very important other than to consider that there is uncertainty. So as you go from CMIP 3 to 5 to 6, those projections change a little bit, but not dramatically so. And maybe the uncertainty changes, but not remarkably so. And the CMIP 3 projections are now probably about 14, 15 years old. So this addresses this question, which scenario to use? And ideally, you'd like to use the most recent, but often there are delays in processed products, and we're looking at CMIP 6, but very soon there will be a product that comes after this. So it's good to see how different are they. And what this is saying, for the uncertainty that we're dealing with, probably not that different. And if I had to choose, I would still want to choose CMIP 6 if I had all those products. But in many cases, we've had to make do with products that are a cycle older, because that's what's available, like hydrology products that are derived from these climate products. So, and this is the theme that I might come back to again. Climate change models show this like the CMIP 6 is interesting. It shows a slight increase in the average precipitation. This is in the upper basin. CMIP 3 did not. So this is actually showing a little bit more rain. Who knows? But quite a bit of uncertainty also. Temperature, I think they sort of agree. I don't think they've changed a whole lot. Maybe a little bit warmer on the CMIP 6. But certainly, puts in context how these projections have been evolving in the last 10, 15 years or so. Next slide. So again, projected future climate in the upper Colorado Basin. Again, showing you these three generations of climate models, CMIP 3, CMIP 5, CMIP 6. And now we're looking at the range of, so the black points are the observations. Okay, so that's the temperature change, some differences. Temperature change from 1991 to 2020. So most of the points, and we're looking at all of the data from 100 years. So most of the points are actually below zero, which is to say that 1991 to 2020 was a warmer period, which no surprise there, right? And so that's the same. The black points are the same in all three panels there. But the circles show what the climate models are indicating. And as you go from CMIP 3 to CMIP 6, what we're seeing is temperature center that's maybe a couple of degrees warmer. And I'm confirming, sorry, these colors have mean different periods. So the blue dots are 2035 to 2064. That was the period that we were looking at primarily in the long range plan. And the three different colors, the blue, the orange, the green, are three different emission scenarios. But let me just focus on the blue just for this discussion. So if you look at the CMIP 3 to 5 to 6, the temperature changes are about the same. The precipitation range is quite a bit wider, both not so much on the low end, but on the higher end. How realistic is it for precipitation change to be this high? We don't know, but that's the nature of uncertainty, right? It goes both ways. It's not only in one direction, but I think it's important to understand that there are enough projections in the available literature that suggest higher precipitation also. But centered around zero. So not change on average, but more variation with different models. Thanks. So here's looking at a product from the climate model. So this is projected natural flow, and this is using a model, and this is work that's available online. Our reports provide that. I don't have it on this screen. So the uncertainty comes from the model, the CMIP3 projection. It also comes from the downscaling approach that's used. So this is the they call the BCSD downscaling. It's more recent localized analogs, LOCA downscaling, and just looking at the output from the VIC model, depending on whether your climate, your precipitation and temperature input was obtained from one of these two downscaled scenarios, you might get slightly different results. So we are tending to use CMIP5 with LOCA downscaling. That's the most recent and the preferred downscaling approach that's available today. So you can see these black points are the natural flows. As I said, there's a theme, an average going downward with a 10-year average, but then going forward, there's quite a bit of range, uncertainty. Again, this should not be a surprise because we're seeing precipitation also go both ways. Another way that we've looked at in the long-range plan was not the CMIP3 results, but to just resample the most recent hydrologic period. So we knew that the 2000 to 2020 period, for example, the period for which we have good data, was a relatively dry period in the century plus record in the Colorado River. So we could just use that observed flow and resample that for the future. So instead of running the model or running a water delivery through a CMIP output, CMIP5 output, we could also run it with the resampled hydrology. And this, again, if I'm getting too detailed, some of this is more explained better in our appendix. So this is the range that you get. This one is resampled post-2000 traces from a publication in Science, Wheeler et al. And so the resample traces are somewhat tighter, and they don't have this effect of these very high points that you see in the future climate scenarios. Next slide. Go ahead. So we use these inflows, these natural flows, to run the Colorado River simulation model, simulation system model, so CRSS, which is run, which is maintained by the Bureau of Reclamation. I think Alan Butler will speak about that after me today. And basically the way the model runs is there are 29 input points for which you provide inflows, and then the model makes water allocations and deliveries, including deliveries to IRD, which is something that we are concerned about for the Salton Sea. So that's the backdrop. So we're turning now from using the natural flow scenarios to a operations model to then calculate what the water deliveries would be. Next slide. This is also detailed, but I chose to include this because that's the point of this meeting, to kind of get into some of the specifics for the future hydrology. CRSS models can also get updated, and so when the models get updated, that changes the water deliveries that you calculate. So the model that we use in the long-range plan, which is the most recent available to us then, was version 5. and then version 6 was released in 2023. And there are differences in the, and I'll show you some more graphically, but we also had to make some changes to version 6 to be able to use that. So there are these different sources of uncertainty that you have to think about, right? I mentioned that obviously the climate models are a source of uncertainty. The kind of downscaling you use is a source of uncertainty, but the version of the, the simulation model is also a source of uncertainty. And it's something that you'll need to coordinate with the Bureau to align. So here's an example of water deliveries for different for the lower basin, water delivery for the upper basin, and these two lines, the red line and the blue line. That's the red line is version 5, the blue line is version 6. There are some differences. The total water delivery is about the same center, but how much of it goes to the upper basin, how much of it goes to the lower basin is slightly different. If you're looking at what goes to the lower basin is what's feeding the Salton Sea, or a portion of that is feeding the Salton Sea, it's important to keep in mind that this is a source of uncertainty. Or it's something to be tracked as you move forward. So here's an example, right? With the uncertainty, with the CMIP3 traces, it's quite a wide range. On average, going lower, certainly on average quite a bit lower than it used to be. The scale begins in 2003. So certainly the tendency is for elevations to be lower than they used to be, but the uncertainty is quite dramatic. If you use, instead of the climate models, if you use the resampled hydrology, right? So the resampled hydrology is real hydrology. It's already happened, but we're putting it in a sequence. And we chose to use this post-2000 period because we intentionally wanted a stressful condition to give to the model. And so again, with version 6, we see this, on average, this decline in the storage. Next slide. Using that kind of uncertainty, you can sort of create these plots of exceedance. This is what's in the LRP using CRS's version 5. So this blue line is an average across all traces. The left side is the CMIP3 hydrology. The right side is the post-2000 hydrology. Similar, but there's more uncertainty, more wider uncertainty in the climate models. And we use this. Next slide. So we use that distribution to come up with our scenarios, and we use 3 different deliveries. So 50%. So it means that's the midpoint. The 90th percent and the 95th percent exceedance level. So these were quite a bit lower than the 50% level. If you go back one slide, sorry. So 50% is this point about 2.6, and then 90% is 2.2. I forget the exact number, and then 95 is somewhere in between. So we just assumed that was the delivery. Next slide. That was the delivery to IID. Stuck. Sorry for going all this back and forth. Huh? Crashed. Sorry. having some technical issues here. Focus on the phone.
Basically, the graph on the left is what's going to be plotted next slide related to how you got your three curves.
Yeah, so we picked the 50% level and the 90% and the 95th% level from these distributions. Maybe it's a forced break, huh? Yeah, we're good. Okay, back in business. So we got those three deliveries from the distribution. And we made an assumption, and we have a lot of language to justify that assumption. We said, we assume that that's the new flow, like that's the new normal. And that's, if you look at the distribution, that's not the new normal. There's like many different values. But we're taking a fairly stressful condition. We're saying that could be a new normal 50% of the 90th percentile or the 95th% exceedance level. They could all be the new normals individually. We also considered increased evapotranspiration due to warmer temperatures on ID land. And we kept the irrigated area fixed. So it's a simple water balance. You have a certain amount of water come in from the Lake Mead. You have a fixed amount of acreage of irrigated land on ID. You have increased evapotranspiration. And so what goes to the sea is what remains. So it's a straightforward equation. You have inflow minus ET. The rest of that is the flow to the Salton Sea. And this is what Tia was trying to explain, which I'm going to take a stab at explaining because it's an important concept, is that when you have efficiency reductions, it's like a one-to-one reduction. And what that means is the ET is a given. You really can't control it. If you're irrigating land, you're going to lose a certain amount of water through evapotranspiration. And anything you do to improve your efficiency by reducing the application of water, you can do that. But you're always going to lose the same amount in ET, more or less. So what remains then is reduced by the same quantity that you've reduced the water application. And that's what that one-to-one reduction means. So to take a simple example, if I have land and it loses 5 acre-feet through ET, I apply 10 acre-feet of water to it, 5 acre-feet is lost, 5 acre-feet remains, it goes to the Salton Sea. But now instead of 10 acre-feet, I'm going to be more efficient and apply 8 acre-feet. I'm still going to lose the 5 acre-feet to ET, and that what remains is, 8 minus 5 is the 3. So any reductions I make is a correspondingly equal reduction to the sea. So this too is a stressful condition. We're holding evapotranspiration, we're taking it higher to temperature, and we're holding irrigated area constant. We're reducing the flows, and then we're adding new water demands. So we added a 50,000 acre-foot estimate of water demand for lithium. That was based on some real factors that were also explained in an appendix if you want to get into the weeds. It's not the same as what we heard yesterday, but it's kind of in the range. And then we assume that Mexico flows gradually deplete to zero. And then we assume like a transition. It didn't happen all at one time. It happened linearly from 2023 to 2035. And that's how we got those three, And that's how we got those three different flow scenarios. The current flow as of this, in the annual report as of 2023, calendar year 23, is about 1 million acre-feet. So the high case, we have is about 110,000 acre feet lower than that, and some others are more extreme. So that's how we approach the future hydrology. Now, question is, can you make it more variable? Of course you can. You can add more. You can do Monte Carlo. You can add a range to it. That's all fine. But the basic information is this. Next slide. We've talked before. You've seen a couple of versions of this plot. So this is how we're constraining. This is how we know we have some understanding of the system. So this has been created with some minor adjustments to evaporation, but other than that, it's observed flows and observed elevation, and we can do a pretty good job of explaining more than 2 decades of change. Importantly, independently of elevation, you can see the salinity. The same calculation calculates the salinity also, same increase. This plot ends in 2022. We just got more recent data, and the salinity now at the sea, as of a couple of months ago, is 80,000 milligrams per liter. So it's kind of right tracking the line that we have, that red line. So this is another piece that was used to help interpret the impacts of the lower flows. Next slide. So when you take that same model, but you apply the lower flows, you can see how the salinity might change or how the elevation might change. And we did this for, this one's for the phase 1 project. This is the state's SMP projects, but it was also done for all the other project scenarios to indicate how the salinity and the elevations would change. And just, we're here in 2020, and we expect very soon, I mean, while you're working on this project, that the salinity is expected to increase, go beyond 100,000 milligrams per liter. It's quite a milestone, I think, for someone that's been looking at it for a long time. I think, next slide. We are continuing to look at additional work, and I'll speak very briefly. This is not part of the long-range plan, but if we have interactions in future, we'll certainly provide updates. Next slide. So I showed you how the GCM models have this huge uncertainty, and we're trying to do the kinds of models that more directly use temperature in the calculation. And what we find is that there's if you had similar precipitation as you've had historically, and you have warmer temperatures, almost certainly you'll have lower flows. Next slide. And so this is another sort of modeling framework that we've been exploring. So this is like a global temperature series, observations, and then future projections for different model types. This is the upper basin, same thing applied to the upper basin. So this is upper basin temperatures and then future range. And assuming no change in precipitation, similar, like wide band, but similar average, we do expect lower flows over the long run at Lee's Ferry. And that will have a consequence to the water deliveries. And the same calculation, next slide. Next slide. The same calculation can be done for all the inflows to the CRSS model to take another look at future climate impacts. Next slide. Next slide. So for us, the LRP is about a year and a half old. We used what we had at that point that was current. Obviously, you can use more recent CMIP5 hydrology, which has become available. I mentioned the need for aligning with the most recent CRSS version, and then what I just showed you in the last few slides are some of these other analytical approaches that we're continuing to sort of refine, and we'll see if that can improve or support your process. So I'll sorry if I went over, but stop that.
That's a great explanation for all of us of how the long-range plan's future Salton Sea inflows were calculated. Any questions for Sujoy? Yes, Isaac.
Hey, this is Isaac. Could you talk about what changed in the modeling for the phase 1 10-year plan modeling that you did?
Nothing should have changed in the long range plan, but what I was wanting to point out was that the CRSS model projections might be different. But we didn't change the. If you scroll back a few slides, I'll tell you, maybe 4 or 5 slides. Back. Back. Yeah. So this should not have changed from what we used in the long range plan. And if you scroll one more slide, one more. So these are the flows those are the scenarios that we have in the long range plan, and we basically apply that to the different layouts.
Okay. I was interpreting that as you had implemented some project that changed the water budget, and that was showing some altered result because of that.
No. What I meant to say, and if I didn't say it clearly, I'll try to say it one more time. What I meant to say was we take this future flow and we apply to that the assumption that the phase 1 projects have been implemented. And what that basically does is it reduces the flow to the remnant sea. And so it changes the timeline over which this elevation and salinity change in future.
Okay. And did you also run a future without project model? And
yes, we have the long range plan appendix has I think it's called a condition 0 or something, which is no project at all. And then you have the phase 1 project, and then you have all the other scenarios that were there.
okay. So I guess I'm wondering how you determined the I'm thinking of it as like consumptive use from the 10-year plan project, assuming that you build those in and that's using water or taking water from the main body. How was that amount of water estimated?
Right. And actually it was quite straightforward. And I think it's explained in the in our appendix. We assume that, so a project like the SCH project, when you apply water to it, we assume that there's an evaporative loss that's about 6 feet per year. We also assume there's seepage, but that seepage we assume returns to the sea. So we only count the evaporative loss from the projects in the water budget from the perspective of the residual sea.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, this is Emily. The projections included the 10-year plan, but did they also include some of the water conservation measures that IID discussed yesterday?
No, the long range plan was completed in December 2022, and these conservation measures were agreed to only in the last few months. We've updated projections for the elevation and salinity with IID implementing conservation, and that's part of the Bureau's supplemental EIS. I don't know, Yvonne, do you know if that's public yet? But we've
I think the draft I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I don't want to misspeak.
So we basically considered, to be specific, so this period of decline, we assumed that there was an additional decline calculated based on IID doing conservation. And what the net result of it is that the elevation decrease and the salinity increase are both accelerated. Even the 4-year period of change, there's an incremental change in the salinity and elevation, and that's part of their EIS reporting.
Oh, excuse me. We're getting sorry.
Sorry about this is getting around. I just had a quick question. You said that, like, when you guys are, you said the salinity value of the lake, when you last measured it was 80,000 parts per million, I think you said. Is that based on, how many observations is that based on? Is that an average value or is it?
It's an average of not very many. And, you know, actually, this reminds me, Mike Cohen brought this up about differences in the salinity. Basically, so these are in deeper waters, and typically 3 values. Similar to what the Bureau was doing when they had their program for a long time. And you'd like to say, well, why isn't it more values? But there are practical constraints on getting on the boat, getting the samples, getting them shipped to the lab in the same time frame. So usually you'll find it's a handful of samples, but the goal is to try to get it not near the shoreline, but somewhere at depth. And there are a few stations that they've been revisiting that are in that Bureau network. And I think there may be other data sets out there. I haven't had a chance to really test those out myself that are at different locations and might be different. So Mike Cohen mentioned that there are differences. I haven't seen that. In fact, I think that the numbers agree. The main thing to remember when you guys look at measurements is if you measure EC with a sonde, those EC probes are calibrated for ocean salinity, ocean mix of ions. They're not calibrated for salt sea mix of ions. So that's not valid usually. So you have to go with something like TDS, which is a more direct measure. It's just a direct evaporation. So if there are EC-based measurements, I would be suspicious. But in any guidance that I've given to people, I've said only TDS. I don't trust EC for the Salton Sea.
Right.
You can't just take a bunch of EC measurements and a bunch of TDS measurements in the same bottle and send those to the lab and do a linear regression.
You can recalibrate, but you know it's not that easily done with commercial labs. And yeah, you could certainly do it in a lab you had control over, and you know what calibration they're using. But again, personal experience is that commercial labs, you do it one time, you don't know what they'll be doing. But yeah, the concept is, of course, agree that you can do this. But you have to do that recalibration. You have to create dilutions and do your own calibration.
Just try it. See if it works. Yeah.
So I just wanted to add on to what Sujoy is saying. Were you finished? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yeah. CDFW has collaborated with the Regional Water Quality Control Board to revisit the USGS sites, and that's, I believe, the data that Sujoy was referring to. We have actually close to a speaker. We've had some logistic challenges up until last year. We didn't have a launch site to safely launch out into this.
Sorry. That's it.
Yeah. So we're the sites that are being sampled are 3 sites in the southern part of the sea near our launch point, and one of those had to be moved because the water depth had changed since it was previously been sampling. It was too shallow to sample at that location. So we're hoping to expand in the future, but we have safety constraints that we're trying to work through since there's limited boats available on the sea. So we're just having the the two votes available. So we're collaborating and doing quarterly water sampling, and we're just starting out. That's it. That's it.
Any other questions, Mr. Joy? So Joy, I just wanted to kind of ask this, I believe this kind of repeats Emily's question, but I was sort of following your translation basically of how the climate models help predict, helped you come up with these amounts of potential inflows to, first of all, to the IID, right? That was like a couple of slides before this, okay? And then from that, you then sent it to the Salton Sea, basically, based on those three sort of exceedance levels, like you said. Then you added in increased evapotranspiration, put in the lithium and the Mexican potential withdrawals or increases in flow. But the one thing that we didn't see is the additional impacts of conservation. Right, okay, because you were saying.
Yeah, that wasn't in the long-range plan, but it was a separate, because these are all formal documents with date, effective dates, and also that analysis was done more recently in the last few months.
Sure. Yeah, it's not a criticism, just.
No, yeah.
So that's like, I mean, I'm not saying again that the core team would just, pick this up and say, well, we're going to see what to do. But that's one piece of the puzzle that's actually would have to include right there is, well, first of all, we're either starting from a new, we have to adjust that calculation to include the increased deficiencies.
One other thing to mention is that in the conservation analysis we did, we took these 4 years. So the IID commitment is for 4 years of conservation. Actually 3 years, because 2023 already happened. So we took the flows down in these 3 years, but then it sort of returns to the trend line that's already there. So what they're committing to is not a permanent reduction. They're only committing to 2026. The discussion began in late 2022, and it was for 23, 24, 25, 26.
Yeah. 23
ended without an agreement, so it's now 3 years of reduction. Well, a little bit in 23, I think, but mostly it's 3 years, 24, 25, 26. And in 2027, as I understand it, or from that process ends.
I see. Thanks. I was assuming that the conservation measures would be in place from here on out, but they can be undone.
I will let Patrick talk about it.
That's been a concern of the Salton Sea Authority in conversation with our member agencies and the state, is their analysis of impacts assumes, like Marcia's knows, that everything returns to normal in 2026. And the truth is, with the negotiations taking place in the Colorado River, the more likely scenario is there's going to be some conservation measures that will likely have an impact. And that's not reflected in this model. It's not the impacts they view are transitory, right? And then because they're returning to normal over time, then it would be the same as it would have been under the QSA. The reality is, if those conservation measures continue, it's going to be the same and more. And then the question becomes, what happens in the years beyond that? Are there going to be future measures that will further increase conservation to further impact those numbers? So.
Thank you. Yes. Go back.
Just a quick question. So do you know what is the amount of conservation? What's the acreage? Thank you.
750,000 acre feet over 3 years.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Thank you so much, Sujoy. That was terrific.
Thank you.
So now on the agenda, we have one more presentation on the Colorado River, but we were thinking this might be our very last break, and it might be good just to take a quick bio break here for 10 minutes. So we'll come back at 3:03 or 2, something like that, get going again. And we just have a couple more one presentation and a discussion to wrap things up. So thanks for sticking with us. Okay, everyone, welcome back. This really is our final little stretch here, I think, together for this 2-day workshop. Totally fascinating, and everyone is offering sort of a different piece of the puzzle to try to answer the Salton Sea future hydrology questions that we have. And we have two speakers joining us now remotely. You can see them here. We really appreciate your time. Alan Butler and HB Zeff. I'm not sure who is going to start us off here, but I'll let you guys introduce yourselves and take it away. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is HB Zeff, and I'm here with Alan Butler from Reclamation's Lower Colorado River Research and Modeling Team. We're sorry we couldn't be there to join you in person today, but thanks to Sujoy for the great setup for our talk today on CRSS, or Reclamation's simulation model for long-term planning on the Colorado River. And all right, so today the presentation we want to give you is fairly simple, just to give you kind of an introduction to some background and overview of CRSS. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the more important inputs into the model and how we deal with uncertainty in some of those inputs. And then I'm going to turn it over to Alan, and he's going to talk a little bit about how all of this fits into the context of the post-2026 Colorado River operation process. So to begin, CRSS, or the Colorado River Simulation System, is a basin-wide long-term planning and policy model for the Colorado River. It's implemented in a software called Riverware, which is used by Reclamation in a number of basins all over the country to manage reservoir operations and other river issues. It's a comprehensive model of the Colorado River Basin. It includes both the upper and the lower basin, and it's our primary tool for analyzing future river and reservoir conditions in a long-term planning context. So we have other related models that do kind of short and mid-term projections, but this model is used to generally look at how potential future states of the world in the long term impact some of the more important metrics and states and conditions on the river at a monthly time step that we can evaluate, up to multiple decades into the future. And so we use it primarily for what we call what if or ensemble-based analyses. And these are very useful for comparing different potential policies, exploring uncertainty in the system, especially over long periods of time, and in general, just looking at different sensitivities to other kinds of modeling changes that we can make within the system. So CRSS has been used in the past for a number of large basin-wide planning efforts, including the 2007 interim guidelines and the 2019 drought contingency plans, which have come up in a couple of these other presentations and are very important for determining how much water is going to come into the Salton Sea area. And so general overview of the model, it covers a spatial area in the upper basin, including the Colorado Green, San Juan rivers, and all of their major tributaries. In the lower basin, the model is mainly covers the main stem, and it has some flow inputs from some of the tributaries. It includes 15 major reservoirs and over 500 aggregated water users. And as inputs, we consider a lot of uncertainty in these inputs because it's a long-term planning model. We look at different kind of conditions for hydrology, or water supply in general. We look at different conditions for future demands, and we look at this in a different way in the upper basin and the lower basin. We have a lot of different initial reservoir conditions that we can look at, and a lot of times these come from our midterm modeling projections out of the other related models that we operate. And then obviously we can input and change and evaluate model operating rules, particularly around operating policies at the reservoirs. And so, the model gives us outputs at a fairly resolved scale across the entire basin. We can look at a monthly time step, decades into the future, looking at different reservoir levels, water use at, a bunch of these different aggregated water users, flow at different gauges, and important points throughout the reservoir, and energy generation. And so the model is set up in Riverware. Excuse me? Excuse me? Okay, so the model is.
We're not hearing anything in here, HB. I'm not sure what's happening.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, sorry. I think I have some audio come back onto my computer. But so Riverware is an object-oriented simulation system, and it can be fairly complex, especially when we're trying to look at the entire Colorado River Basin. But in its essence, it's really just a collection of natural flow points that are connected to reservoirs via a bunch of different reaches. And then we have aggregated water user nodes that are located around these regions that represent different diversions and depletions throughout the basin. Yeah, and so what is important beyond just the structure of the layout of the nodes and the objects is the actual inputs that are going in. So, one of the major inputs that we look at uncertainty with is the future demands among the aggregated water users. And so there's an important distinction that we make in CRSS between demands and depletions. So the demands are inputs, and we consider different kind of scenarios for the future growth of the basin, whereas the actual depletions are calculated by the model and represent the actual consumptive use of these aggregated water users. So the water users represent all the different sectors that are represented throughout the basin, including agricultural, municipal, industrial, tribal, export water uses, et cetera. The water demands that are input into the model are generated in the upper basin as a result of collaboration with the Upper Colorado River Commission and based on the data from the tribal water study. And water users are the model actually goes through and shorts these demand inputs based on the water availability within the specific scenario that's being evaluated and the calibration process that we apply to the model in order to fit the observations of the historical past to the operating of the model. In the lower basin, the demands are set up a little bit differently. The actual demand levels are developed in coordination with the lower basin states and Mexico. And instead of being calibrated and subject to the flow conditions within the model, the water user shortages in the lower basin are determined by operations at Lake Mead. So the lower basin demands in particular are derived from the 2007 interim guidelines final environmental impact statement. The overall demands reflect the apportionments of the states. And so this means 7.5 million acre feet for the lower basin states, 1.5 million acre feet for Mexico. And so this is the actual apportionments, which are 4.4 million acre feet to California, 2.8 to Arizona, and 300,000 to Nevada. And so the logic that we use in the lower basin is we start with these state apportionments and the Mexico's allocation and make adjustments to reflect different sort of policy operations. These could be things like the 2007 interim guidelines, ICS, drought contingency plan contributions, minute 323 with Mexico. We also try to reflect conservation agreements. I think there was a little bit of discussion about the Imperial Irrigation District conservation agreements that have recently been implemented. I don't believe these were in the last year's release of this model because the agreements I don't think were finalized when we were putting that together, but they will likely be in there this year. And so in the lower basin, we're only modeling use from the mainstream entitlement holders. There's no modeling.
Sorry to interrupt you. I'm still seeing the demands plot. I don't know if you've advanced.
Are you not seeing? Excuse me. You're not seeing the slides move?
I'm still seeing that you're back on the demand scenarios from the basin study figure. It hasn't advanced for me to where I think you're at.
Sorry about that. So do you see are you seeing a new slide now?
Yep, that's where I thought you were.
Apologies. Yeah, so we're not modeling water users on the tributaries, only the main stem water users. And so these water users in the lower basin are consistent with what you see in reclamation's water accounting reports. And, like we said before, the demands are adjusted to reflect the different operating policies that have kind of been gradually introduced over the past couple of days. And so when we look at these operating policies, what they create are essentially tiers that reflect shortages to lower basin users as a function of Lake Mead elevation. And so currently we're in what we call tier 1. And so that's between 1075 and 1050 feet of pool elevation at Lake Mead. Below 1050 feet, we essentially see increasing overall shortages to the lower basin states. If we look at the combined effects of the 2007 interim guidelines, Minute 323, the DCP water savings, the binational water scarcity contingency plan savings, basically what we're seeing is increasing shortages to the lower basin users every 5 feet below 1050 feet, all the way down to 1025. And so the current operating policy reflected in CRSS shows that below 1025, there are no additional reductions all the way down to the dead pool at Lake Mead. And so unlike Lake Powell, at Lake Mead, there's nothing that is physically keeping us from making deliveries below the hydropower pool all the way to dead pool. And so this lowest tier of shortages applied to the lower basin are what gets applied the rest of the way down. And so if you were to run through an ensemble of hydrology scenarios through CRSS, what you might see is these shortages applied all the way down to dead pool. And then once Lake Mead arrives at dead pool, the deliveries are essentially operating as like a run of river on the lower Colorado. And so we can only deliver, once Lake Mead is at dead pool, the amount of water to the lower basin deliveries that's coming in from Lake Powell in each month. And so this is typically not enough water to meet all the lower basin demands, even under some of these reduced consumption schedules. And so what ends up happening, the logic in CRSS right now is to just apply these shortages from the bottom of the basin up. And so, if you run through a bunch of scenarios through CRSS and you get some output, what you're seeing, especially for a water user like Imperial Irrigation District, might exaggerate the shortages that are applied in the most extreme scenarios. Because, what we're looking at here is a realistic representation of our operating policies under conditions that look kind of currently like this. But as we get closer to dead pool, right, we're not reflecting any kind of emergency actions that might be taken. And once we get to dead pool, it definitely doesn't reflect how we would distribute shortages, in any sort of reality. And so when you have really low levels of Lake Mead, the individual shortages to individual users might not, reflect exactly what's going to happen in reality. And the final part of the demand or water use side is kind of the reservoir evaporation and other system losses. So we're calculating within CRSS reservoir evaporation at a monthly time step for many of the larger reservoirs. Some of the smaller reservoirs we're just estimating from historical evaporation. We also estimate phreatophyte losses, which is just whatever vegetation is there on the riverbed, and then we also estimate some excess losses to Mexico that go in excess of the treaty requirements. And so for a lot of these kind of demand scenarios, they interact pretty extensively with not only the model operating strategy, but also the hydrology scenarios that we're using. And so hydrology is, the most important input variable into CRSS, and it might not be surprising that it's also the most contentious input variable that we use. And so, I mentioned before that we have this CRSS, which is a long-term planning model, and other related models that are short or mid-term projections. And so when we're using those models, what we put in the flow data that we put into the model is what we call unregulated flow, which is flow that's been adjusted to reflect the impact of diversions and return flows. And we get this kind of flow from the Colorado Basin River Forecasting Center. So they're forecasting out 2 to 5 years, and they're including those diversions and depletions in the forecast at specific gauges. However, for our long-term modeling or long-term model CRSS, we use what we call natural flow, which are inflows that don't account for any kind of upstream activity, including diversions, reservoirs, depletions, things like that. And so the point of using a model that takes inputs in this form is it allows us to combine different assumptions about hydrology and demands and policies to really understand how kind of uncertainty in the future is going to impact the performance of our system. And so we maintain a data set of these natural flow at all 29 inputs to CRSS. They're computed from USGS gauges, reservoir regulation data that we have, and consumptive use and loss data. And so when we go through and actually make these calculations, it probably should not be surprising that most of the natural flow is coming in the upper basin, approximately 96% of the flow over the last 115 years. And so typically when we talk about different kind of inflow or hydrology scenarios, we usually quote the natural flow at least ferry, which aggregates all the upper basin natural flow stations. Sorry. And so, we have this long historic record, but there are a number of things, a number of recent trends that make it so that, we don't necessarily want to limit ourselves to looking at hydrologic scenarios that assume some sort of stationarity in this time series, right? So we don't want to limit ourselves to what has been historically observed when we're testing what could happen in this model, right? And so, the big reasons for that is because the last 40 years or so, we've seen some pretty strong trends in precipitation, temperature, natural flow, and runoff efficiency. It's not clear, how these trends may or may not continue in the future, but what is clear is that, the range of future conditions that we need to test operating policies in other parts of the system are much larger than what we've seen in the past. And so in that case, what we do is try to build future hydrology ensembles that allow us to kind of push the bounds of what we're testing in CRSS to see how the system responds. And so when we do this, we have to disaggregate any kind of future flow conditions into the actual inflow points in CRSS. And so as was mentioned earlier, we have 21 flow points in the upper basin and 8 in the lower basin. And so when we go through, we have to kind of disaggregate this in a spatially realistic way. And so when we do test this, what we want to do, is test a lot of different assumptions about future hydrology. And so when we do that, what we do is we use these ensembles, which are made up of, potentially hundreds of what we call hydrology traces. And a hydrology trace is going to be a time series of future natural flow over some, future period, 10, 20, 30 years at all 29 of those CRSS inflow points. And then we, kind of combine a lot of different traces to make an ensemble. And so when we run an ensemble through CRSS, we get those kind of clouds that Sujoy was showing, related to, the CMIT-3 ensemble or the CMIT-5 ensemble. And so we make a lot of use of these ensembles in our long-term planning. And, they help us really capture uncertainty about the hydrologic conditions that are going to occur in the future. And so when we use an ensemble, what we're really implying is that the statistics of this ensemble are reasonable. And the method that was used to generate it, reflects some sort of understanding about, the hydrologic conditions in the basin. And so a lot of times when we go through and talk about these ensembles, we try to, explain them in terms of stories, right? It's not a prediction of the future, but it is kind of it'll let you know about, the relationship between hydrologic conditions and the outcomes that you actually care about at, at the reservoirs and the water user diversion points, right? So you say something like, what Sujoy was showing the Millennium Drought ensemble, I think. So you could say, flows are similar to what we've seen since 2000, right? The impact on the system is going to be Y, and it would be something like the cloud plots that Sujoy was showing earlier. So these are very useful if they can be interpreted correctly, but it has its limitations, and those limitations are largely around trying to interpret these ensembles as probabilistic. Right? We have a lot of individual traces in here, and because there are individual outcomes that occur with a given frequency, I think there's a tendency to associate a likelihood to that frequency, but really we can't. Right? We don't know if one of these traces is more likely than the rest of the traces, and we don't know that all of these traces are equally What we do know is that it's a potential future outcome, and we need to be prepared, for what would likely happen under a given policy. So to do that, we've generated a lot of these different ensembles. We have ensembles that have been generated from observed historical records. We have climate model informed ensembles, paleohydrology informed ensembles, and ensembles that kind of use statistical techniques to get at certain trends that we think are going to continue. And so again, when we look at these different ensembles, what we can look at kind of the distribution of hydrologic outcomes in terms of the natural flow at Lee's Ferry, which represents most of the natural flow in the basin. And so, for these different types of ensembles that we create, they all have a different range, they have different medians, but what's more important is really the pattern of these different annual flows and how that impacts, reservoir operations. So I just kind of wanted to highlight a couple of these. Sujoy already talked about some of the CMIP sets. So, these CMIP ensembles are really, our best attempt at incorporating all the available science into projecting the future, what's going to happen to precipitation, temperature, and therefore stream flow. These are evolving, right? We have ensembles that represent the CMIP 3 models. We have ensembles that represent the CMIP 5 models. We're working on ensembles that represent the CMIP 6 models. And as Sujoy said, that the scientists are working on CMIP 7 now, right? So this is constantly changing, constantly evolving. And what we try to do is to reflect, kind of the cutting edge science in some of these ensembles that we're putting together. And so we take these ensembles from multiple GCM models, we combine them, downscale them, bias correct them, and route them through this system in order to create, reasonable and actionable inputs. And so, the different downscaling methods, different bias correction methods, we've, kind of used a lot of expert analysis to really choose and navigate our way through that whole process. So the advantages of these climate informed models obviously are, they reflect the best available science. However, all of these CMIP models have a large amount of uncertainty, even in kind of the aggregated global form. And that uncertainty continues to increase as you start to downscale them, bias correct them, and turn them into a form that can really be used in these kind of, water supply simulation models. There's no real consensus on the best way to do this. And so it results in kind of these complex data sets that are difficult to really analyze and interpret, and really don't even bound, the range of plausible futures completely. So to that end, we try to supplement some of this with other statistical approaches. So we've done this in a bunch of different ways. We've done this in ways that have combined kind of observed historical records with, patterns that we see in the paleo record. We've tried to make some adjustments to different, or apply different trends to some of these sampling methods that kind of reflect some of the more prominent climate trends that we see, basically, increased warming and increased evapotranspiration. We've done this in a couple different ways in a couple different ensembles. And then we've also just kind of, used different sampling methods to kind of go through the full paleo record and try to create, exceptionally dry ensembles that really stress the operations in a lot of the reservoirs. And so one example of this is an ensemble that actually some statistical hydrologists at Utah State University put together for us. And they're, combining the paleo sets with observed data, and, incorporating information from GCMs into this in a statistical way instead of like a physically coherent way. And so, this gives us, an ensemble that reflects a lot of the things that, people are generally concerned about in the future. But, some of the drawbacks even here are that really, these statistical measures simplify the internal variability of the GCMs. They're not accounting for the complex physical processes that are going to change things. And so, really there's no silver bullet here to determining, creating, and, choosing ensembles. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Alan, who's going to talk a little bit about how we use some of these inputs and uncertainties and policies in the process of, determining post-2026 operations on the Colorado River.
Thank you, HB. And again, my name is Alan Butler. I'm with Reclamation's Lower Colorado Basin region. And just to continue on from the setup that HB provided, both HB and Sujoy did a great job of explaining all of the different uncertainties that we're having to deal with as we model the future conditions in the Colorado River Basin. One additional source of uncertainty is how will the reservoirs, specifically Lake Powell and Lake Mead, be operated beyond 2026, which is when our current operating guidelines expire. So as many of you probably already know, we've began this post-2026 process, which is intended to develop the successor domestic agreements for the longer-term operations of the system, starting in 2027 and going out some number of years, several decades, probably. This post-2026 process is a multi-year NEPA process that we need to finish before we develop that 2027 annual operating plan for the Colorado River reservoirs, which would be probably mid-2026, around August. We continue to follow the current procedure. This is focused on the domestic actions, but there is a parallel process that IBWC will be spearheading to develop the successor agreements to Minute 323 with Mexico. So this diagram shows the current schedule for this post-2026 process. You can see there on the far left that in June of 2023, we published a notice of intent to prepare the environmental impact statement and began the scoping period. Went through scoping much of last year, developed and published a scoping report towards the end of last year. And then now we find ourselves right there in that upper middle yellow region, which is the development of EIS operational alternatives by Reclamation's partners and stakeholders. So I'll get into a very cool tool we've developed to help with that process. But just to finish up the diagram, what we're gearing towards is this publication of a draft EIS in December of this year, all the way through the full NEPA EIS analysis. And then we'll have 2025 and 2026 to work on publishing the final EIS and the record of decision. So this diagram shows what we refer to as the post-2026 web tool. It's built to help stakeholders and interested people explore different operations of Lake Powell and Lake Mead for the next several decades. What's really cool about it is that there you'll see CRSS in the cloud, in the diagram in a few places, but the tool allows stakeholders that have no or limited modeling experience to come up with different possible ways to operate Powell and Mead. And then it runs CRSS, which HB explained. It runs that automatically in the cloud behind the scenes without people ever having to know what riverware is or exactly what CRSS is, and then allows them to explore those alternatives, or not alternatives, but different policies that they've created, compare them to other policies that other people have created in various ways, looking at trade-off comparisons, robustness analyses, and vulnerability assessments. Next slide, please, HB. So again, just to summarize the web tool, it lets folks explore 48 different possible operating paradigms of Lake Powell and Lake Mead. It's highly customizable, so people can adjust what elevation different operations start at, whether it's using elevation to create shortage in the lower basin or maybe combined storage. It just allows many different customizable strategies to be explored, lets people iterate on specific operational strategies on their own or share it with colleagues to iterate on it, and then test across a wide range of hydrology and demand that HB presented on. So we were using 400 individual sequences from several of those different ensembles that HB described, and then across multiple different demand scenarios. And again, allows users to look at the performance across 100 different metrics for many different resource categories, whether that's environmental metrics in or near the Grand Canyon or water delivery metrics, kind of a wide swath of different resource categories and metrics that you can look at the performance and robustness for. With that, just there's a link here. Anybody can use the web tool. There's the link there where you have to register and log in. You can create these alternatives or policies anonymously. And then if you need help with anything, there's an email address there where you can email us and get any sort of technical help you might need, or you can email HB or I directly. And if we can't help, we'll get you to the right person that can. So with that, again, just want to thank you for allowing us to present remotely, and thanks for the opportunity to go over CRSS, and happy to take any questions.
Oh, we have some questions online. Great.
Yeah, thank you both. In the chat, Romaine asked for HB, did you try to combine the variants of the same CMIP6 GCMs and SSPs in order to reduce the uncertainty?
No, we did not. And so we don't have any inputs to CRSS from the CMIP6 set yet. We're still working on getting that downscaled and routed for the Colorado Basin. And so in our ensembles from the CMIP3 and the CMIP5 sets, these, essentially what we have is the CMIP3 set has 112 different traces. The CMIP5 has 64. These represent a single run from a bunch of different GCM models. And they are from the CMIP3 and CMIP5 from the RCP 4.5 and 8.5 pathways, whatever they're calling those. And so they're set up a little bit differently, my understanding, in CMIP6. And I'm not sure exactly how we're going to represent that in an ensemble. Like I said, first we have to kind of deal with the mechanics of getting it into the form that we can use.
Yeah, it's Raman. I'm asking the question because we using CMIP6 for the Stillwater Project Delivery Capability Report, and combining these different variants together really allowed us to isolate the climate change signal versus just natural noise, which has been observed with CMIP5 data, because you only have one variant. So sometimes it's slightly misleading, especially on the precipitation gradient over time. So just something to think. Yeah.
Definitely. And I think, even trying to represent, in these ensembles that we have, trying to represent the full variability in, a GCM, or even, some of the smaller models, it's very difficult, and, they're so big that you can only get, a certain number of model runs. And so that's kind of why we use some of the other statistical measures. And, I think in a lot of what we're doing, it's less trying to tease out some signal from climate change, and rather to understand kind of as we push the boundaries of the system, what breaks first, essentially, under different sorts of operating policies.
Thanks for the question. Oh, sorry, excuse me, go ahead. Were you finished, Roman?
Yeah, I just want to say that it makes total sense.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Isaac?
Isaac, I was wondering what the hydrology setup is for the online tool.
Great question. Thanks. And so we have a specifically defined hydrology set for that, or for that hydrology tool. It's 400 traces. and we're pulling from a bunch of different ensembles. And some of the ensembles that I talked about today are in there in full. And so we have the CMIP 5 ensemble is in there in full. The stress test ensemble, which is observed data from the last 33 years, is in there in full. And then one of the statistical ensembles that was generated by the hydrologist at Utah State is in there in full. And then we have a few more that we generated through statistical techniques that we kind of pulled from to, you know, really fill in the gaps in some of the space we were trying to explore. You know, when we're running those models through or the different policies through the hydrology ensemble. So, and really what we're trying to do is just kind of, you know, when we were going through the different types of ensembles, you know, each one has kind of a, you know, a benefit and a drawback. And so what we wanted to do was kind of, you know, balance the different methods of creation so that, you know, we were really covering as much space as we could. And so that, you know, we ensured that no matter what kind of policy you were actually going to put in there, it was going to be stressed in one way or another.
So is that just like a drop-down menu or something that shows which one to pick?
Well, so yeah, there's a couple of different ways to explore that in the web tool. So there's an initial segment that and you know, it's actually a lot of information to kind of take in, but there's an initial set that allows you to look at the trade-offs between some different metrics in smaller or against smaller kind of hydrology ensembles, and those you can kind of select from and look at different, you know, essentially like I was talking about storylines earlier. And then there's another mode where you can kind of look at that full set of 400 hydrology traces. And, you know, instead of calculating specific metric values, right, what we try to encourage people to do is, you know, essentially take those hydrology traces, rank order them from driest to wettest, and then look at where your specific policy kind of starts to fall apart along that spectrum of hydrology. So there's really a couple different ways to do that, and there's, you know, there's a more literature on the whole hydrology creation that's in there up on the tool if you go to that website.
To expand on what HB said a little bit, I think there is a place where you can get down and subset to individual ensembles, but generally we try to have people consider the full set of ensembles together, and it be more about what characteristics of the hydrology caused problems or caused the system to perform well, just to kind of keep kind of avoid some value judgments on whether or not people believe specific ensembles or not, and keep it more about the characteristics, because they all of the sequences are plausible, whether or not they're probable.
From Sujoy.
Yeah, thanks, Alan and HB. I mean, this is a game changer. This is terrific. So yeah, thanks for sharing. Is this PowerPoint, is this shareable as by way of an introduction for someone, or PowerPoint or a PDF?
The PowerPoint?
Yeah, that you guys gave today. Yeah.
Yeah, we can email it to Isaac, and no problem to distribute it to everybody.
Great. Thank you. It's great. Look forward to playing around with the tool. Thanks.
And Sujay, I should point out that this information is all covered in much more detail in the presentations that were part of our integrated technical education work group. And those are all up online and you can download them. And I can I'll drop the link to that in the chat.
Well, thanks, Alan and HB. This is Huria Drami from UC Riverside. Yeah, very interesting to see the tool. I'm just wondering, how far does the projections go? Do you have data available until 2100 for the hydrology or not?
So in the web tool, the hydrologies and the model itself are all set up to run for a 30-year period. And then the individual ensembles, some of them are a little bit longer, some of them are shorter. Some of the observed ensembles that we put together are shorter just because we don't have as much data. Some of the other ensembles, go out to 2070 or, and obviously the statistical techniques you can create as long as you want. We're limited with CRSS. Our demand projections at the far end go out to 2070. So that's really what is limiting our, the runtime of the model. But I should point out that, none of these are projections out that far. They're just kind of plausibilities.
Scenarios, yes. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Hori. Anyone else? Oh, yes.
Hey, thanks for the presentation. This is Dan Orr with Audubon. Hey, just a question about the tool you developed. Did you guys put any? I'm assuming you put guidance in there for how to interpret the outputs and to kind of help people not misinterpret what they're kind of doing with this.
Thanks, Dan. Yeah, I mean, so we, as HB alluded to, we went through what we called the Integrated Technical Education Work Group. So we spent the better part of 6 months kind of building folks up to this web tool use. So covering things in much more detail, basically what HB and I presented, but over 6 sessions instead of 25 minutes on supply, demand, what is decision-making under deep uncertainty, how do you interpret decision-making under deep uncertainty type analyses. And so those training sessions, like HB said, are all available at the first link I just posted. And then within the tool, there's a lot of technological tooltip type things for instruction. There's also a lot of white paper type documents in there to help folks understand what the analysis is and isn't. So we've attempted to. I'm not going to say that we'll prevent anybody from misinterpreting what's in there, but we've really tried to help that side of things.
Okay, thanks.
Anyone else? Well, great. Thank you so much, HB and Alan. Round of applause.
Thanks for having us.
We're getting a better and better picture of the entire, the larger basin as well as our smaller Salton Sea basin. So to finish up today, we are going to have a discussion from our H&H engineers here within the Corps. The discussion will be facilitated by John and Isaac. I think you're going to start us off with a few sort of questions or sort of our current understanding, I guess. So Isaac will now lead us in this discussion. Well, pose the questions, maybe John will lead the discussion.
Okay, thank you, Lou. So this presentation will basically mirror the understanding of existing conditions hydrology from yesterday and basically lay out the results of our literature review and what we have identified as ways to project the current understanding into the future. Next slide, please. So this is the overview. The categories of inputs into the model and outputs, we'll go through each one of those. They've been categorized a little bit differently here, but they're basically the same topics that we covered yesterday. And then after covering those, we'll discuss how we plan to validate our future model projections. Next slide, please. So here's a slide that shows a table of the projected inflows that were determined in the long-range plan. It also includes a scenario number 5 at the bottom. This scenario shows the inflows that were calculated through the SALSA 2 investigation that was done for Imperial Irrigation District in 2018. So this accounts for all the categories of inflow that will break down in upcoming slides. But one of the main takeaways here, or one thing I want to identify before going through some of the columns and breaking down how we're projecting out these flows, is that the Imperial Valley, which is the dominant source of inflow, is calculated in different ways between scenario 5, which is the SALSA 2, versus scenario 2, 3, and 4. These are the future inflow scenarios that Sujoy just described. Scenario 1 is the baseline, which is what I described in yesterday's presentation. So between the long-range plan scenarios and the SALSA 2 scenarios, that Imperial Valley inflow is calculated differently. The long-range plan starts with the Colorado River allocation that we just heard about how that is determined. And from that allocation, a future evapotranspiration estimate is determined and subtracted. And then other flow subtractions are made by accounting for Imperial Irrigation District transfers, as well as some other conservation measures. SALSA 2 starts with an observed inflow and then subtracts the transfers that these transfers are from the QSA. And then it combines other projected reductions in flow into a probability curve that it then applies to the observed flow with a Monte Carlo statistical technique. So it's not starting with that Colorado River inflow. So I thought that was an important distinction to make in terms of coming up with future flows. And then both of these approaches are using Coachella Valley water management plans to estimate the future Coachella inflows. And I think the long-range plan rounds that number. Next slide, please. This slide is meant to be kind of a setup for a brainstorming session, which I think we can return to. Originally, I was going to go through each of these categories. These are the factors for the different subbasins. Basically, I'm separating the inflow to the sea into 4 different subbasins and thinking about what factors are affecting future inflows and thinking about specific sources of additional inflow or reductions. Most of them are reductions, but some of them are less clear, at least from my perspective. Things like canal lining, that might lead to greater delivery of flows to agricultural areas. But if the flow that is seeping out of the canals is entering the sea through groundwater, then is that lining really contributing to the Salton Sea inflow in a positive way? I think that's something that's not clear. Something like wastewater reuse. If the wastewater is being sent to an evaporation pond, then reusing that wastewater might add to the water budget. If that wastewater is being discharged into the New or Alamo River, in my mind, then reusing that wastewater for a different consumptive use might be withdrawing it from the budget. So I think we can return to this slide when we get into the discussion section, but hopefully you've had time to look it over a little bit. The east and west subbasin, I'm thinking of as the basins that are approximated by the Salt Creek and San Felipe Creek stream gauges. That's how the existing condition contribution has been estimated in the past, the simplified hydrologic budget for the long-range plan. So not as many clear factors that are affecting the future flows from those subbasins. But another point from this slide is that SALSA 2 assumes that the ungauged flows from the Imperial and Coachella valleys will be a static percentage. And long-range plan combines these gauged and ungauged future flows because it is using the Colorado River as a starting point and not that observed gauged flow as the starting point to be reduced in the future. Next slide, please. The groundwater contribution, the long-range plan assumes a static contribution for each year of 11,900 acre-feet. We've heard a lot about groundwater today, and the plan is to go back and probably change this estimate for our future scenarios that we're planning on running. The SALSA 2 paper didn't identify what it planned to use for the future scenario, but the historic scenario used somewhere between 10 to 12,000 acre-feet per year. So we've had a lot of discussion about groundwater, and like I said, the plan coming out of today and the whole workshop is to assess our understanding and where it is important to have a detailed either modeling of the groundwater interaction with the surface water, or where we can just assume some constant inflow or outflow. Some of the questions that I've thought about are how will the canal lining impact the budget, and how will the differences between the bermed alternatives and the rest of the sea, how will the difference in water surface, create a gradient where groundwater might be flowing through. Next slide, please. So those are the inflow categories. The meteorological categories are broken up into precip, evaporation, and evapotranspiration. So I'll go through how we are using the literature to make our projections right now. Next slide, please. For precipitation, there's not really a consensus on future precipitation trends. This is two images that are from our climate hydrology assessment tool. This is a tool that is provided by the Army Corps to be used in Tier 1 analysis. It is basically you can identify a location on a map, and it will produce downscaled CMIP-5 global climate model outputs. I think the downscaling is the same method that Sujoy mentioned, and it basically gives you a trend estimate for the variable that you're looking at. This is a annual accumulated precipitation, so there's no statistically significant trend. And in a Tier 1 analysis, this would really be the extent of our analysis. We'd say, and maybe in Tier 2, we're not seeing a trend anyway, so we won't be incorporating any, any trend at all for precipitation. So the observed averages will be used and applied to the Salton Sea model, and that average is about 2.5 inches per year. Next slide, please. This is the output from that chat tool for temperature. This is the annual mean one-day temperature. Just putting this up here to show an example of a place where that Tier 2 analysis will be useful, where there's a very obvious increasing trend in temperature. Next slide, please. So evaporation is the hydrologic process that the increasing temperature might impact. this has been approached in the long range plan and SALTA 2 efforts in different ways. So this has been a calibration parameter in those two models. The SALTA 2, or sorry, the long range plan model assumed a stationary evaporation going forward. So it calibrated that annual evaporation rate at 69.9 inches. And for the future modeling period of 2020 to 2045, it maintained a constant evaporation rate. SALTA 2 basically did the same thing, but they conducted a sensitivity analysis considering a change in evaporation based on increased temperatures. And the change in evaporation rate that they deduced based on a California Climate Action report was 0.12 inches per year. That showed the change in Salton Sea exposed playa was less than 0.2% when making that change in evaporation. So based on these past studies, it doesn't appear that projected changes in evaporation will impact the results of a water surface elevation calculation from these models. I think this is worth looking into again and confirming what a future evaporation rate might look like. Next slide, please. So this is the evapotranspiration projection from this is from the long range plan, and this is showing a much more significant increase in evapotranspiration rate. And one question I have is why the evapotranspiration rate might change so much compared to the evaporation rate. But you can see this is from different global climate model outputs that are together by the Cal Adapt. And this is showing the annual average maximum and minimum temperatures, and shows the results for a couple of different traces here, as well as changes in wind speed projected by global climate models. And then under those different traces, it estimates an increase in percent increase in evapotranspiration based on the Penman-Monteith equation. So the evapotranspiration rate was used in the long-range plan to calculate a basically consumptive use from the Colorado River water, and a future increase in that is pretty important to try and get right for our future hydrology. Next slide, please. The inflow salinity future projections. Some of the information that we are using to project what future inflow salinity might look like is the Colorado Basin Salinity Control Program. This is a program that I don't have a lot of knowledge about, but it says it targets a maximum salinity of 879 milligrams per liter. And all observations have shown that the Colorado River inputs haven't reached that level at any point. So there might be other factors at play, like accumulation of salts with less water intensive irrigation methods. We heard about those yesterday. Those are things we might want to look into now for questioning this assumption. But our baseline understanding was that the salinity would be stationary in time. And as we plan to disaggregate the flows around the sea, the long-range plan had one inflow and one salinity concentration to basically use as inputs into their model. We will need to disaggregate those flows into flows coming in from the mouth of the Alamo, the mouth of the New River, we will be looking into if this relationship is accurate as well. So that's our starting point for estimating the inflow salinity into the model. Next slide, please. The water temperature inflow, as of now, we are going to consider this stationary in time as well. This is referring to the water temperature that is entering our model at the mouths of the rivers, as well as groundwater. This is something that could be used as a calibration parameter. The groundwater temperature is probably pretty difficult to measure, but we have observed data for different locations at the mouths of the different rivers. So this is our starting point for estimating the inflow temperature for the future scenarios. Next slide, please. So validating our model outputs for our future model runs, we have the outputs from these two mass balance models. And if you weren't with us yesterday, these are the two models that were created by those two efforts that I mentioned earlier. The Salton Sea accounting model was used in the long-range plan. The SALSA 2 mass balance model was used in that SALSA 2 study for Imperial Irrigation District. And those were mass balance models that were just inputs minus outputs for both total water volume as well as salinity concentrations. And the results of these models are shown here for, on the left side, exposed lake bed, which is calculated based on the water surface elevation results. On the right side is the water surface elevation estimate for the SALSA 2 model. So our starting point will be to check how our model results compares to these water surface elevation results using a similar model setup. Next slide, please. The salinity validation will be pretty similar as of now. Starting point is comparing the results of the two different mass balance models. You can see, if you look closely, the results of these two models are pretty different in terms of the salinity projections. 2045, the long-range plan model estimates that the average salinity in the sea will be 160 parts per thousand, in that range. If you look at around 2045 in the SALSA 2 model, that mean estimated salinity is closer to 300,000. So that's an interesting comparison. We've talked about how precipitation of the unique chemistry in the sea might be changing that. So, Sujo, you want to comment? That's true too. Yes, that's a good point.
It's not because of chemistry. It's just that SALSA had a different hydrology assumed for the future and a lower flow. So
yeah, that's true too. Well, we will investigate why that is and see if the hydrology is driving that whole difference. But yeah, I guess you're right in that the observed salinities were matching up too. Well, that's still the plan to compare to these outputs. Next slide, please. So other hydrodynamic calibration and validation data that we plan to compare to. There was the velocity validation that Lee in 2021 compared her model output to. That velocity data was collected by Cook in 2000. And then moving forward, this is the same slide I showed yesterday. the water surface elevation within those 10-year plan projects when they come online, which we were told is supposed to be later this year. It would be great to have data, short-term data on the water surface elevation differences in those ponds versus the main body of the Salton Sea, and maybe seeing if we can find other water surface elevation data in the sea, whether that's by depth measurements from just grab samples. So that's where we stand right now on future projections. And I will open it up to questions before we return to our previous factor slide.
Hi, this is Elizabeth. One of the things just I want to make sure you take a look at is when looking at the water level elevations, especially for the projected ones, because those are now a couple years old. If you actually look at the more current conditions, the measurements compared to that, there tends to be an overestimation of those models. So when you think about it, we actually have the lake levels actually higher than SALSA 2 predicted. So when you start looking at it, make sure you just remember in your head that we live in the future compared to that model. So what they have, might visually just, you need to shift it a little bit so that way the current data that we have matches their projected data for that year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a great point. So do that. That's like the step number one to compare those outputs.
Thanks. Appreciate the presentation. Can we go back to the inflow salinity slide? I want to make sure I understand because the control program sets the salinity to not exceed 879. So, and you're assuming the salinity to be stationary in time. What is that salinity assumed to be? Because it does seem like the conservation practices may change the salinity of the inflowing waters. So
my understanding of the Colorado salinity is that it's hovering below that and has been pretty constantly somewhere around 0.7 parts per thousand. The assumption that the salinity running off the agricultural areas, or the salinity that is in the water deriving from the Colorado would be stationary, is assuming that the Colorado is stationary and that the processes in between aren't changing much. But as we heard yesterday, and I think this is the point of what you're saying, is that those conservation practices may be changing how things concentrate in the water.
the ag-recharge water, which is the term used, would be at least potentially, well, it would almost certainly be elevated in salinity compared to the Colorado River water because you're flushing the salts that accumulate in the soil. And the conservation practices may elevate that further.
Okay, yeah. So I wasn't saying that we would necessarily use that number as the inflow salinity, but in terms of projecting out a trend. But what I think I agree on is that there might be a trend.
I'm thinking in terms of the inflow salinity to the sea.
Yes.
I'm trying to get at what are you going to assume that to be?
Well, probably starting with the observed data at those river mounts. The USDR has observations from 2004 to 2020. That's what we've been looking at. So I think that was like 2 parts per thousand typically, based on my memory of what those data points were, but
2 parts per thousand.
Something like that.
Milligrams.
What's that?
Yeah, that's right, range.
Okay.
Milligrams.
All right. I don't have any further questions. I just wasn't sure what you were gonna assume the salinity going into the sea.
I think we'll definitely be looking into that again because of the whole, leaching dynamics and how the salt seems to be concentrating because the irrigation methods are changing.
Exactly.
So that's kind of an update that we need to consider and see if that'll be significant.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Carrie, I saw that you just chatted in a question. Would you like to come off mute?
Sure. It's actually not a question, but rather a point about the Colorado River salinity control program. It's not set at a target. It's set at a differential between deliveries of the Colorado River at Imperial Dam and Morelos Dam. And so your base point kind of is at whatever is measured in actuality at Imperial Dam. Between the salinity program in Title I and Title II, that has changed over time, and that data is available through Reclamation's Yuma area office. And the reason I know this is I used to work there for 16 years. So just a correction on that inflow salinity assumption. You may want to dig deeper on that.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, I see that Meng Chen has her hand up.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yep.
Thank you for inviting our research team at UCLA to this workshop, and thank you, Isaac, for mentioning my research in your presentation. I just like to make a comment about the modeling effort. So as you pointed out, to build a 3D hydrodynamics plus water quality numerical model, like what I built for long-term analysis, requires intensive computational power and sufficient water quality data. However, another research group at UC Davis, which my research was based on, used 1D model with a layer scheme incorporated with biogeochemical processes called dynamic lake model water quality, and they were able to simulate effective water quality dynamics of dissolved oxygen, nutrients, and chlorophyll A, and other important pollutants at different depths of the Salton Sea under different restoration concepts. So I just like to advocate the importance of addressing this big missing piece of understanding the water quality of this massive main water body, so we can have some sense of the ecological and recreational values of the sea to achieve the best restoration scheme possible. So I think what I try to say is the possibility of combining the strengths of these two types of models, yours and this DLMWQ, might be worth looking into for a more wholesome alternative evaluation analysis at this critical stage. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate the comment. And we've talked about the limitations of the model within the study. And yeah, I mean, we're starting with the water surface elevation, trying to get that right. But yeah, there's definitely more that we could do.
Any other comments online? No? Okay. In the room? Okay. Thank you, Isaac.
Yeah, no problem.
You've digested and synthesized a lot of information quickly. Sujal.
Well, yeah, just last question. What's your timeline for coming up with the future flow scenario?
That's in flux because of the process of getting a study off the ground. So timeline was laid out. I think we had, I can't put anything into concrete terms because we have just had scheduling changes based on, higher approvals that have taken longer than we expected. So
Here's why it's important. I think once you figure out what your scenarios are, then you're going to apply it to the different layouts or different restoration concepts that you're evaluating. And that's sets in sequence a series of modeling studies. So once that gets going, it's hard to go back and change the flow scenarios. So there's probably a sequence to it, and this will come first, and then all of the other more detailed modeling that's going to be, you know, more spatially detailed, more you know, looking at other parameters like we were talking about water quality or things. But so be mindful of that it's hard to go back and then change your driving hydrology scenarios.
Yeah.
And we learned this in our own long range plan.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's a lesson learned.
Just in terms of the general core planning process, of course, it's like that's why we're talking about this now as opposed to a greater sort of clarity on the alternatives yet to actually compare those to whatever we establish here. Okay. Well,
so I can pass it over to John.
That's right. Yeah.
And if we wanted to return to that slide with the different factors, that could be a jumping off point for discussion. If people see anything on there that might be super relevant or not relevant at all. But
I guess I just envisioned this since I didn't prepare one slide, as just a chance at the end to kind of consolidate and get final thoughts. And I think it's nice, actually, maybe a little bit better that Isaac's presentation was moved kind of to the end, because that's sort of, I guess, gives at least a high level overview of where we see this going. And yeah, and I know it's late in the day, but it would be like the last chance, I guess, for us to get input and thoughts. And I know we've already had some discussion on that, but maybe just if there's anything more that issues we should be aware of, like Sujoy, definitely appreciate the lessons learned. That's one of the reasons that we're having this workshop, right, is to hopefully not have to go back and revisit once we've kind of dived into the more detailed modeling. Yeah, so I guess with that, I can open it up again, and if not, then I hope that this is the start of further conversations, and as we develop those future flows, I hope that many of you would make yourselves available for reviews and comments and emails and maybe some phone conversations or meetings as needed.
I think maybe everybody is kind of dead at this, but maybe not. Maybe I'm the only one. I guess, yeah. So, I mean, we don't want to, belabor anything at this point here. We've really, I think our team, has to process kind of everything we've heard, all the presentations. One of the things we're going to do tomorrow morning, actually, is kind of sit down and kind of go over everything again with some of our takeaway points. I guess kind of remaining questions, we've hopefully been all taking notes for future, points of contact and sources of information. So we're going to kind of summarize all of that. So mostly, kind of for ourselves to make sure that, we do it while it's fresh, et cetera. But, I could imagine us reaching out, to many of you and the folks online again to kind of follow up on a lot of these tools, models, et cetera, and, your previous research. So, yes, did you have a comment?
I just want to say it's been a fantastic 2 days. And on behalf of all of the people who live in the Imperial and Coachella Valley, I want to express my personal appreciation to the core team, to all of the other representatives who have participated in this conversation. The state worked hard on their long-range plan, but this was a piece that clearly needed further refinement and discussion. And I think that this 2-day exercise will further clarify in people's mind an understanding of how we got to what we're using in building this long-range sustainable plan. So thank you all for joining and participating and contributing to what I think is going to be a very successful effort.
Thank you, Patrick. I think we should just give a round of applause to everyone here and all of our presenters for taking their time and sharing their knowledge. That's great. Yvonne or Corey, anybody have any other words? Oh, yeah, Gary.
Yes, and I also want to thank everybody for so many presentations that were really well thought out, very high quality presentations designed to inform, not to bewilder, which is really appreciated. So that was great, and that's been a good way to learn what we need. We need to know what we know now and what we need to know more about. One thing I was just thinking about, I don't know if these data are available, but the fact that there are all these different ions that the salinity consists of in the lake. And if the data are available to do this, it might be interesting to do a trend analysis on the ionic composition. And you could do, if that were available, you could do a lot of things with that. You may be able to do provenance type analysis about how the trends change based on the inputs. And it seems like there may be something that's if it hasn't been done already, it would be an untapped source of information about the system. So, but anyway, thanks again. That's all I wanted to say.
Awesome. Well, I think that might be our closing comment then. So thank you, Gary. Thank you for the kind words, Patrick. And again, thanks everyone for your sticking with us and sharing your knowledge and time. And you'll be hearing a lot from us, I'm sure, over the next several years. So thank you again. Okay. Awesome. Thanks to our hosts. And yes, keeping us engaged and energized.